Hello and welcome to the December 1 meeting of the Manhattan Community Board 5 Parks, Public Spaces and Environment Committee. My name is Libby Hutton. I am the chair. First, let's go around and if the committee members will introduce themselves, starting with Mrinal Vikram, the vice chair.
Mrinal Vikram, the vice chair.
Athena Tal, member of the committee.
I'm John Klein. I'm also a member of the committee.
Michael Kavak.
Well, me too. I have the same name as you, Michael Kavak, member of the committee.
Okay, and for members online, please remember if you are a member of the committee, you need to turn your video on to be in accordance with open meetings law. But please introduce yourselves. I believe we have a few members joining us online. You should have been promoted. If not, please ask to be promoted to be a panelist now.
Hi, it's Catherine, Community Board 5.
Todd, will you introduce yourself?
Hi, Todd Shapiro here, member of the committee.
Great. And John?
John Harris, member of the committee.
Great. Good evening. I don't believe that we are going to have quorum tonight because we have several people who are unable to make it due to conflicts. So we will get going. We have a very packed agenda. And before we get to the full agenda, we have a member of the public who would like to speak. So please do so now. Well, please introduce yourself and state any affiliation that you have for the record.
Hi, my name is Theo Chino. I am the leader of the Socialist faction inside the Democratic Party. We are a 501c4. The name is called Social Democrat of America, and we meet in public space all over the city of New York. The reason I'm here today is because we meet in public atrium every month all over New York City. And we had this month, on November 17, our meeting happening at the public place atrium in the Trump Tower. And as we do everywhere, we take our chair, we put a seat, and we come in with a sign so people can see us, just like this one, where we tell people. And this time security came, the Trump Tower security came and asked us to remove that sign because they called it a sign according to their rule, that sign are prohibited in a public space atrium. So we refused, and the security called NYPD, and Detective Martire, shield number 4439, came and requested that we remove the sign, otherwise we would be ejected from the atrium. We complied, we removed the sign, and I said I would come at the community board to bring the issue in light. My request to the community board is really to clarify the policy on POPs when it comes to this kind of little sign, to tell other people around that where we are sitting at the table, whether or not these are illegal signage according to the City of New York laws, and whether a POP can say that is a sign as per their requirement. That was it. That's my simple request, to open the discussion on those kind of signs so people can meet and whatever. Thank you very much for your time. Okay.
Thank you. Please be sure to give all of your information about that to our office, and send an email and we can follow up with you.
I will. Thank you very
Great.
much.
Thank you very much. If there's any other member of the public who would like to speak now, on a topic that is not on our agenda, please raise your hand and wait to be recognized. Okay, seeing none, we will dive into our agenda. We have a very lengthy agenda tonight, so just as a reminder for everyone, I will introduce the topic and the lead committee member, who will then give a very brief description of our top lines, going a lot based on what our matrix is. It's an application. I will then introduce the applicant to give a little bit more of an update on that matter. We will then ask questions from the committee members and then go to members of the public to comment. And then we will move into business session. During the business session, only the members of the committee are allowed to speak. Reminder, please direct all comments to the chair. Let's not have any crosstalk. Our agenda items tonight are an application for Madison Square Park Conservancy for a Porcelanosa holiday promotion, a marketing event in Madison Square Park. It's from December 13th to 21st. We have the Parks Department joining us with the restaurant operator selection for Union Square Pavilion Cafe and 2 kiosks. We have an update on the application for the art in Union Square with Union Square Partnership and the Parks Department. We also have an application from Facebook for the Facebook road trip marketing event in Union Square. And then we have an application from Inkling on behalf of Google for the workshop with Google Gemini in Bryant Park Holiday Market. We also have an application from Salt XC on behalf of Stella Artois for the holiday marketing activation in the Loge Bar of Bryant Park Holiday Market. And then I do not believe that we have the Uber Eats application. I believe that has been struck from our agenda and will be on our agenda in 2 weeks at our following meeting on December 15th. That is for the January cycle. So with that said, Athena, I believe you are the lead committee member on this item. And then Vincenzia is here from Madison Square Park. I want to make sure that you're here. Anyone else? So Athena, please
So
take us back.
Madison Square Park Conservancy brought to us a activation from Porcelanosa. It is a Spanish high-end tile maker that has a few stores in the New York area. One of them is adjacent to Madison Square Park. This is the 3rd year that they're hosting this holiday promotion. There will be free hot chocolate, Spanish hot chocolate, in a cottage shaped like a gift box. This year, there will be a few musicians that will be playing live music, and we think that will be during lunch times. The dates are December 16th to the 21st, with setup starting on midnight, December 13th. This is going to be right at the gravel area where the US Open viewing was, near Shake Shack. There will be about 8 people staffed at the station, including 24/7 security and cash pickup. Beyond the 2-hour live music each day, we expect very little music. They'll have a small JBL like speaker, but it's not going to be a big live music event other than the 2-hour during the day. Signage wise, Porcelanosa will only be featured on the cottage, which is rather large. It's 4 meters by 4 meters by 3 meters, but this is similar size as prior year. And then lastly, on photos, I know certain esteemed members of our committee care a lot about photos. There will be no public photos, but people interested in getting a Polaroid to go as a small gift and craft from the event is welcome to opt into it. And with that, I will hand it to Vincenzia.
Vincenzia, if you want to share your screen, I believe you have a presentation and some visuals for us to look at for the Porcelanosa event. And if you want to describe them too, that would be great.
Hold on a minute. We got 2 full Vicenzias, Vincenza.
Yeah.
That's just a technical anomaly. Don't worry about it.
Not twin.
They're not.
I'm Vincenzia. My colleague Michaela is here as well. I believe Michaela has the presentation to share today.
Yes, it's not letting me share. Let's see.
Michaela, I have sharing abilities if you want to.
Oh, yeah. If you want to share it, it just might be easier in the interest of time, Vincenzia. In understanding that you guys have a packed agenda, I'll just really quickly go through the details of the plan. Vincenzia, did you want to start out with any intro?
Yeah, of course. I'm Vincenzia. I'm the chief of staff here at Madison Square Park. I'm pretty new. This is like my 6th month on the job. And it's been a real pleasure to learn both about what the community board does and to dive deeper into the Madison Square archives. We've partnered with Porcelanosa since 2015. They've been amazing partners to us, and we're really stoked to continue this partnership. And I do not have the presentation, Michaela.
Oh, okay. So I have it open, but when I click on share, it's asking me for all sorts of permissions here. So I have share open. Let's see. Documents.
Sorry about this, guys.
Athena, can I just email it to you? It's not, I'm getting a you don't have permission message.
Let me make her co-host real quick.
Yeah, hang on.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's the answer. Still not working, unfortunately.
Okay, let's see. I think-
Libby and Athena, we had emailed you this exact document. If that's accessible to share.
Let me see. Testing my screen sharing abilities here. Sorry, folks.
I've got it, guys. Sorry about this.
Okay, great.
Okay. All right. So
All
this
right,
is our
so as you guys, many of you know, but just for anyone who doesn't know, Madison Square Park is permitted by our license agreement with the City of New York to host 4 marketing activations each year. This will be the 4th for 2025, and these activations contribute a significant amount of revenue to the park. 100% of the revenue that we receive goes towards the maintenance and programming of everything we do in the park. So these are essential to our operation. And so this image is representation of what was done last year. Porcelanosa, as was already mentioned, has done this very similar activation each holiday season. It consists of a main central cabin, and this year, because of previous years that had rain and other sort of inclement weather, they're putting 2 smaller sort of secondary mini covered areas adjacent to this to house their coffee cart and live music. There'll be a violinist and a cello that will be playing for 2 hours a day. It'll be very lovely. There's no amplified, large speakers. They will have a small JBL speaker that's a wireless, just with some holiday music when the musicians are taking a break. It'll be surrounded by some coniferous trees and seating. And really, the idea is people can come in, they can, take a look at some of the furnishings inside that are Porcelanosa's product, but also enjoy a cup of Spanish hot chocolate and a cookie. And a small craft that was mentioned using a Polaroid photo. The next slide, Vincenzi, if you don't mind going to it, shows the general site plan of the layout that two more, I guess. So the site plan shows the layout, which is on the gravel area. There will be 24-hour security. There will be trash receptacles on site, and we really expect this to be a smooth activation, as was held in past years. Trying to think if there's anything I'm missing. minimal disruption to the park. Load in will take place after the park is closed, so there won't be any interruption to the access. The gravel area will be closed temporarily while the activation is being set up, but it's all open to the public and free. I'm happy to take any questions anyone has.
Great, thank you so much, Michaela and Vincenzia for that. Are there any questions from the committee about the Port Lenosa activation? Michael Kback.
Are there any questions from the committee? And what was the last part of the qualifier?
The qualifier is anything about this activation related to what our resolution will be regarding it.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes, Michael Kback.
Can you show us where the rain protecting tents are gonna be in? Are they on this picture? I can't read it. That you have
Yeah,
up?
yes, it's just the bottom lower area has a square. There's the main central square, and then there's two other smaller squares, one at the top left and one at the bottom. Those are the covered areas. It's really almost like a three-sided open air covering, like a little kiosk, just so that the poor celloist does not have to stand in the rain as they did last year.
Okay, and one more question. What is a Spanish hot chocolate?
Well, you'll have
You
to
should come and try it. It's the best hot chocolate you've ever had. I'm telling you, you come in there and it's delicious. That's all I can say. That's not my area of expertise.
Sounds like that's a draw, and it sounds like there are ample waste disposal items there. Are there any additional questions from the committee? Okay, anyone online that I am missing? No one from the committee. Okay, great. With that, moving into questions and comments from the public. Please wait to raise your hand and be acknowledged. Charles Nye. Josh, can you?
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
My question is regarding the free photo. Will that be will the person be standing in front of a backdrop, or will it be just the park in the background, or will it be some of the products from the company in the background? So I was wondering about that and the timings of the event. And if you know from previous experience, do you know which time periods are the most busiest versus when it's kind of the most quietest? And moving forward, Chair, if some of the presenters could describe their slides, that'd be great for those like me who are blind. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any responses that you would like to have to that, Vincenzia and Michaela?
Sure, I can just add that the photo op is taking place inside of a cube-like structure, so imagine a small square cabin. There's a tree in there, and it's really just like a quick Polaroid of your, shoulders and up, and it goes in a handmade ornament that you have the option to create inside the structure. So it's more of a holiday take home for the person, less of a backdrop with a lot of logos and things like that. Your question about the hours of the event, it opens at 4 p.m. on this first day. So it's like a sort of soft launch from 4 to 6. And then each consecutive day, it opens from 10 to 6. And typically we see lunch hour as a busy period, and then another busy period towards the end of the day when folks are leaving in the rush hour to go home. I think those were all of your questions. And just to give you a visual description, again, it's a gift box square shaped structure surrounded by coniferous trees, two smaller temporary coverings for rain, sort of muted neutral tones in its design. Very elegant in terms of not being super garish or in your face with logos and things like that. Should be nice.
Great, thank you so much, Michaela. Are there any other members of the public who would like to speak? Okay, seeing none, I will take us into business session. As a reminder, only members of the committee are allowed to speak at this time. Please address all comments to the chair. How is the committee feeling? Athena, would you like to lead us off and maybe run us through the matrix? For the
Yeah, so
resolution?
let's take it through. In terms of footprint, this is definitely a small area, compared to the size of Madison Square Park, so I'd give it a 5.
Talk a little bit louder, just a little bit louder.
Yes. Footprint, I would give it a 5, since it's a small area compared to the Madison Square Park, as a whole. Timing is very appropriate for the holiday season. I'd give it a 5. Duration, since it's several days, I'd give it a 1. Setup breakdown, I think it would be relatively on the quiet side, but it won't be quick, so I'd give it a 3. Commercial merchandising, product promotion and signage, I'd give it a 2 because the gift box is rather large and the signage of Porcelain Mill is big. But impact on residents, given that it is taking up public space, but it's not blocking traffic, I would give it a 3. Impact on parkland, infrastructure, trash, violence, normal wear and tear, I would give it a 4 on the lesser wear and tear side. Uniqueness, is it a routine event versus more creative? I would give it a 3. Audience, national versus local, I think it probably gears local, but it's, they will have some advertisement, but it's primarily foot traffic oriented, so I'd give it a 4. Sound, loudness, it will not be amplified, but there will be some live music on the more pleasant side. I'd give it a 3. Public benefit, amenity, commercial for profit, narrow audience. This is commercial for profit, but it is for a wide audience. I'd give it a 3. Experience, has it outgrown the venue? Does it generate complaints in previous years? None that I'm aware of, so I'd give it a 5.
Okay, great.
With that, do you want me to motion?
Would you like to make a motion?
I would like to motion to proceed with a resolution to support the activation.
Seconded.
Hold on, are we doing comments here? We skipping comments?
Would you like to make a comment, instead?
Or we have the,
Oh, okay,
is that out of line?
it's already been seconded, but if there's a different comment, is it a comment that is different than anything that we had already been discussed? Okay,
Of course,
okay,
certainly is.
Withdraw my second.
okay, thank you.
You have a comment
Okay.
also?
Additional comments from the committee? Michael Kavak.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that Porcelain is a terrific steward of the park. They have moved in a couple of years ago and they just been contributing good stuff, coming to us and doing the thing the right way. And whatever they've been doing to promote the area has been super. And I just wanted to make sure that we're all aware that they have been good to Madison Square Park and the Flatiron District. End of comment. End of comment.
And therefore, would you like to add that as support?
And therefore, I'm ready to take the vote,
Okay,
the motion that's been made.
do I have a second?
Seconded.
Okay, great. Can we take it to a vote, Marnell?
Charlie,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Athena,
Yes.
Catherine,
Yes.
John,
Yes,
House,
yes,
Libby,
Yes.
Mike Kabak,
Yes.
Gail,
Yes.
Todd. Yes. And I am a yes.
Great.
Uh,
Michaela Vincenzia, thank you so much for coming to our meeting. And we look forward to talking to you soon. Thank you to Athena. Okay, next agenda item. I believe that we have the Parks Department here. Jeremy Holmes is here from the Parks Department to be presenting, and John Harris is our lead committee member. John Harris, I will leave you to introduce and say a little bit more about what the agenda item is related to the restaurant and the Pavilion Cafe.
I think you just did it, but anyway, this is, sorry about that. We will be listening to a presentation tonight regarding a hearing that will be taking place on next Monday, December the 8th, which will be a joint FCRC Parks meeting. For you that aren't familiar with that acronym, it's the Franchise and Concession Review Committee. And what's pending is consideration, actually an intent to award a concession of 15 years for the operation, for the renovation, operations, and maintenance of a cafe and 2 satellite kiosks in Union Square. If you all are familiar with Union Square, currently that's being managed by Freehold on the park. The new entity being that this will be awarded to is Union Square Park House. This is related, some of you may recall, to a review process we've already undergone last year for the RFP that we made comments on, which was put in place before the Parks Department looked at the various applicants. So without any further comments, I'll yield to Parks.
Great. Thank you, John. Jeremy, I see you. I saw you somewhere. Great. Are you able, do you have a physical presentation to share, or are you just going to be presenting?
Yes, I do have a presentation. I'll share my screen, and thank you, John, for the intro. Very detailed.
We also have the applicant, the restaurant provider here as well, right?
Yes, correct. Sorry, I can't see everyone participating, but I do believe Bruto.
I believe it's Aaron. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Aaron Bruto, and I am the owner of Union Square Park House.
Okay, great. Take us away.
Sure. I'd also just want to note my colleague, Melissa Goldberg from Parks Concessions team is also joining us.
Great.
Hi, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Alrighty. Sorry, let me just. Okay. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So just wanted to start with the notice of public hearing that John had referenced. Again, it's stating our intent to award the concession. Details on the location of the public hearing next week on December 8th, as John had noted, and some more additional details. So I'm going to just give sort of a brief overview of the planned operations and renovation work. Yeah, happy to answer any questions after. So again, just sort of a quick overview of Union Square. Want to note the pavilion itself on the Northern Plaza, adjacent to 17th Street. The Western kiosk, which currently operates as the Van Leeuwen ice cream in the summer months, and Springbone soup sort of kiosk in the colder months. And then the Eastern kiosk over by about 15th Street. And that's the one that's currently been boarded up for some time. But again, that'll be part of the upcoming operation. Also want to just briefly note that adjacent to the pavilion itself is the maintenance yard and dumpster storage for any garbage generated by the concession operation. And then also just want to highlight the public restrooms that are directly adjacent to that. go on, I wanted to just also kind of go over the idea for the proposed menu. Again, this is a bit, detailed, but just again, wanted to give you an idea of the type of food and fare that'll be served. Again, breakfast, it'll be, sort of your standard sandwiches, granola toast, lunchtime sandwiches, dinner. There's a bit of a Mexican theme right now. And again, this is the proposed menu. For the kiosks, again, they will offer coffee, baked goods, and sandwiches, similar for both the Eastern and Western kiosks. I wanted to highlight some of the maintenance and operational aspects of this. For one, again, the new Union Square Park House will enhance the surrounding outdoor space with well-maintained planters, incorporating native plants that require minimal watering. Maintenance staff will ensure the premises are clean and litter-free with a focus on waste reduction. They'll also be implementing daily cleaning schedules, including hourly checks of the public areas. The garbage will be sorted and removed nightly by a licensed, reputable carting company to maintain cleanliness. An exterminator company that specializes in food service industry will be hired for weekly visits to ensure a rodent-free environment. Storage space within the maintenance yard will be provided for the Union Square Partnership maintenance staff, and the park's maintenance and operations staff will maintain their presence on site while working closely with the new pavilion operators. Also want to highlight some partnerships and programming. The Park House will work closely with the Union Square Green Market to source local ingredients. Rotating menu that highlights fresh and in-season ingredients sourced directly from market vendors, and the menu will feature the name and locations of specific farmers. The Park House will also offer a range of free public events, such as some mindfulness and journaling, game nights, artistic classes, wellness classes such as yogas, Pilates, and meditation, childhood classes and entertainment. We also wanted to highlight that now with a year-round operation, the pavilion will create 40 full-time jobs and 19 part-time jobs. These are some of the design renderings for the space. As I noted below, the final designs are subject to approval by parks and other city agencies. So the idea is to create a seasonal enclosure within the pavilion structure by installing glass windows in between the columns. Again, this is sort of a rendering of what the interior would look like. And then also I want to just highlight what the proposed glass enclosure at the pavilion would look like. In addition, Aaron and his team have worked at some other parks concessions, notably the McCarran Park House in Brooklyn. I want to just highlight some of the design and work that they've done there. This is how the Park House previously appeared. This is how it looks now. And as noted, it was awarded the 2023 New York Public Design Commission Award for Excellence in Design. Attaches another photo of the Park House from the exterior. I have a few more before photos where it was, a maintenance building. And this again is how it appears now with the similar sort of glass, seasonal glass enclosure. And this is a shot of the interior at the Park House. And Aaron and his team also operate the Rockaway Beach concessions. Again, I just wanted to highlight, again, some photos that they have of the space. And I will stop sharing my screen right now. That is the presentation.
Okay, great. John Harris, I'm going to let you lead off with the questions for the committee about the restaurant and the concession in general.
Okay. I guess for starters, I like to think of this this project as before and after. What Union Square is like currently, and what it will be if this concession is granted. And I like to think of it in three. I've just picked three areas. First, financial. Second, operations, and then thirdly, the value of this concession to the community. You've mentioned some in some respects, but if you could elaborate on just why this concession hopefully will make the Union Square Park a better place and the neighborhood a better place. And I'll direct that at first to Parks Department.
Sure. So, for starters, I think again, this came up in our initial discussions when we were crafting the RFP for this. You know, as the site currently operates, it's a seasonal concession, so typically can only operate in the warmer months. That comes with a number of challenges. Number one is breaking down and setting up a full service, you know, high quality restaurant and cafe every season, which is a very difficult task. It also involves laying off staff and rehiring for each season, which is also, you know, a very difficult sort of operational aspect of it. The other side is that we found, and again, this is in talking with local stakeholders, that in the off season, the pavilion, you know, remained dormant. It wasn't used for any sort of programming or anything like that. You know, it became sort of a desolate, you know, kind of hub over there. So the idea now is to, you know, activate the space on a year-round basis with the ability to enclose it, which I think, you know, again, will better the area, you know, directly surrounding the park, adding to an activation and, you know, a service for the public, so folks are able to enjoy it on a year-round basis.
Okay.
I just want to add a couple things. Thanks, Jeremy. I think that was all really very helpful. The additional benefits to having this year round are not just that we always want to activate our parks as much as we can. And one of the questions you asked, John, was a financial question. And, you know, I think we all feel that this will be a more successful concession by being year round, because of the fact that you can have year-round revenue being generated, and additionally that breakdown and hiring new staff every year and new management really can be very difficult. It's definitely a challenge for our seasonal concessions, but also we are now going to have somebody responsible for keeping that area clean year-round. So it's not on parks to maintain that space during the off season. It will now be the responsibility of the concessionaire to take care of that space. And we really, particularly based on what Aaron and his team did at the Park House, he really created an amenity for the local community to enjoy and gather, and the kinds of programs that he does, like the game nights and the arts and crafts and the journaling. That's another way to draw people in, not just, you know, to buy food, but to have these communal experiences.
Great. Focusing on the financial a bit, you just mentioned about the financials. Not to get too into the weeds, but when you look at the 15-year plan, did you do a sort of a present value analysis? Like, what does all this mean in terms of today's dollars? I mean, were you looking for a specific number? And I also noticed the numbers are not, they vary from time to time. So I was just wondering if you could speak to that whole process. But ultimately, to use sort of financial terms, like what's the present value of this project?
Jeremy, you want me to take that one, or you want to take it?
Sure, you can. I'll chime in. I have a few.
So, John, I believe that you're asking about the fees that are being paid to the city. You're asking about the net present value there.
Yes.
So,
and then my follow-up question is going to be, obviously there's the cost side of that too. So I want to get the total picture, revenue, costs,
sure.
net benefits in today's dollars.
So when we're evaluating proposals, right, regardless of whether we get 1 proposal, 5 proposals, 10 proposals, we're using the same criteria. And the fee offer is just one of the 5 criteria. The Parks Department does not determine the fees that are paid to the city by our concessionaires, right? It's determined by what the proposers offer in their proposal. And so when we're not just looking at who's offering us the most money, we are looking at who is providing what we feel is an appropriate and solid fee offer, capital investment, has operating experience, has an operational plan, has sustainability and the ability financially, has the financial wherewithal to make this concession work. So I'm not sure that that exactly answers your question, but we're not just looking at who's giving us the most money. We want to make sure that we're finding the right fit for the site.
Okay. Can you share with us though the financials? I mean, what will be the?
That was included in the notice that I had sent out. The end of the first page and second page details the yearly minimum.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I see that.
Okay.
And again, I'm not gonna
Would it be
delay this
possible
too
for you to
much.
just
I'm
give
trying
us
to get a
that
sense of the
shot?
present value of all that, what that means currently. Because it stretches out a bit over 15 years, but I'm not gonna get, if that's too much into the grass of my committee members,
Can we just do the top line on that? I think that the top line on that would be helpful, just to reiterate, so that we all know what we're looking at and just to get a general sense of scope here.
You want Jeremy to pull up that first slide?
Yeah, I think that would be really helpful.
Sure.
Thank you. Great, thank you. So John, do you want to say what we're looking at, or Jeremy, do you want to just run through the first couple or like the scale here?
Yeah, Jeremy, why don't you go with it?
Sure.
I mean, it's 15 years as the revenue for each year, but go ahead.
Yeah, so our concessions, the way this fee structure is built out or was proposed to us was a guaranteed annual minimum fee. So that's sort of in the chart that you'll see here and listing out each operating year. And then this is also versus 6% of annual gross receipts. It's whichever is higher. And I know this is sort of Melissa's expertise, but that's the general breakdown of how this is paid. So again, if the business does well, the city then is paid higher license fees based on the percentage of gross receipts.
So the key is that this chart is showing you the minimum guaranteed annual fee. And if they do well, which we fully expect they will, then they will hit that threshold, that break-even point. And above that break-even point, they would be paying an additional 6% of the annual gross receipts.
Okay. And they're responsible for all the renovations and everything. There's no additional cost that the parks is incurring, if I'm understanding you correctly.
Correct. That is one of the greatest benefits of having concessions, is that we are able to have money from outside of the city to be used to improve parkland, and we get to keep it. The city gets to keep it, right? All those permanent capital improvements without having to make the investment.
Great. I should know this because I'm on the landmarks committee. Is the pavilion landmarked in the north?
I believe it is, but Jeremy, I can.
The reason I ask is you mentioned about putting glass in the pavilion. Can you speak to that a bit?
Sure. So first, just to answer, it's not landmarked.
It's not landmarked.
It's
okay.
not landmarked. Yes. So
I didn't think it was. I was surprised. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, again, this is part of our design and capital process where, again, those were renderings and designs where we review them with our in-house licensed architects. And then we also have to go through a number of other city agencies, again, as I noted, with jurisdiction, such as the Public Design Commission, amongst others. So there will be a review process when it comes to the renovation and design work for the structure.
Okay. And will that glass be permanent or not? Or how does that work?
It's still too early to say, honestly. I think, again, the idea is that it would remain in place to allow it to operate year round.
Okay. A question that's dear and near to some of my colleagues, and I believe the chair, bathrooms. Can you speak a little bit what the concession is doing in that area, how life will improve for users of the park and the concession in that area?
Sure. I mean, I just want to start by noting, as in the overhead slide, there are the public bathrooms that are about 50 to 100 feet away from the concession on the northeast side of the plaza. Again, the concession has restrooms inside the pavilion area for use. There are no plans to currently build out additional bathrooms. That wasn't something in the scope that was contemplated. But again, they will have restrooms, and the public restrooms are directly adjacent to the area. And those are the responsibility of parks, not the concessionaire.
Okay. All right. And I presume you anticipate possibly additional traffic as a result, if this is a successful concession, where you have the additional resources for the restrooms or what have you to make sure they're properly maintained? Because I have heard in the past that sometimes the maintenance has been warranting.
No, understand. And again, I don't want to speak for another division that's handled by our maintenance and operations team, but I do understand that they are heavily trafficked restrooms. But again, I wouldn't want to speak for another division, but happy to take the concerns to them.
Okay. Pricing. Can you speak a little bit about pricing of the menu? We saw
Sure.
the menu. Maybe you could put it back up.
Sure.
Did you have pricing on it?
I didn't have pricing on everything, but I can give you a general range because, again, I think as Melissa spoke to, when it comes to our rating and review process, we do take affordability into account. So I can give a quick overview on the range of pricing that they've offered. Sorry, let me just share my screen again. Apologies. So again, for the breakfast menu, the general pricing for menu items was $9 to $14 for breakfast. Coffee and beverages was $3.50 to $7. For lunch, it was about $15 to $18 was the general range. And then dinner also had a wide range of $7 to $18 was the standard price for the menu items.
And your hours of operation are going to be?
The proposed hours right now are 7:30 to 11, Monday through Thursday, and then 7:30 to 12 on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Okay. And your policy regarding alcohol and activities, functions that may be, I guess, where you have functions that are more focused on alcohol. I know, like you had like Torch and the Beer Fest and what have you.
Sure.
Will those sort of activities continue?
We allowed for the sale of alcohol, and it has to complement food service. That was, the way we worded it and how we allow for alcohol sales at our concession sites. We don't offer. There are no concession sites that strictly sell alcohol without offering food. So there will be bar service, but again, it's meant to complement the food service at the site.
Okay.
Just to clarify, that's assuming they get an SLA license.
Yes.
The sale of alcohol at a parks concession is always subject to having an SLA license.
And will there be bars outside the pavilion or only? Well, first of all, will there be bars? Number two, are they in the pavilion, outside the pavilion, especially in the summer months? Can you speak to that a bit? And also along those lines, can you speak to the wider footprint that the concession will have in warmer months, if not year round?
Sure. So again, this is all in the stages. We haven't final approved any of their footprint, menu designs, anything like that. When you say bars, do you mean like the physical setup and site?
Yeah, I'm making a distinction between sit down service tables versus a bar area. Like I believe the current concession has a bar area, and then some concessions at other parks literally have bars outside
Gotcha.
that are pretty much, granted you can get food, but they're basically, I'm guessing, predominantly the predominant sales are alcohol only. Just want to get a sense of what you have in mind
you
there.
can say there will definitely be a bar somewhere on the inside. The outside is still to be determined.
Okay.
We're just not there yet.
Okay. Are there any barriers around the concession?
we've not gone into detail on that.
Do you have a view about that?
Barriers meaning like fences or something to,
Yeah, not necessarily a fence, but there are people walking in the park, and then will the concession, will it be a clearly demarked area that that people can go into or may not be allowed to go into?
so anywhere where alcohol is being served, it's actually an SLA requirement that the area has some sort of a barrier. That doesn't mean a giant tall wall, but that is a requirement of SLA. So I'm sure that we would work with Aaron and his team to make sure that it didn't seem like it was closed off, entirely to the public, but we do need to make sure that they're following the SLA rules.
Yeah, and just to piggyback on that, it's not always specifically like a metal fence or something along those lines. It could be planters. I think I mentioned some of the planters they were thinking of, but those sort of methods to, create an inviting setting for folks to sit in where it doesn't feel like, something along with those lines.
Okay, so can the general public, will the general public be allowed to access the seating or any of the facilities of the pavilion without being a paying customer?
Yes, they're allowed to sit on the outside area without being without being a paying customer. But again, there will be certain areas that are delineated for alcohol service, and that's an SLA requirement, not a parks requirement.
All right. Can you elaborate a little bit on what areas? Do you have a chart of the?
We're not at that point.
That's in the category of we're not there yet. We don't have a signed agreement, and the entire operational plan will be subject to our approval.
Okay. What's your view on that? I mean, I'm curious I know some of my colleagues are interested in the right for the public to have access to seating.
Right. So we have shared that there will definitely be an area in the outdoor space where the public can sit. There will also be an area that will be only for people that are there and being served alcohol because it's an SLA requirement.
Is this temporary seating or movable seating or permanent seating?
Yes, these will be like tables and chairs that can be moved around.
Okay, so this would be primarily, I presume, in the less harsh months that the seating will be outside.
Presumably, but it's possible that there might be some outdoor seating during the indoor season. I think we'd have to sort of see how things go there.
Okay. Can you speak to switch the subject a little bit to what sort of hiring practices and employment practices the concession has agreed to? Can you speak to that a bit in terms of wages?
We don't have specific rules about wages other than following all state federal guidelines in terms of minimum wage and all of that.
Okay, and how many people did you say they're projected to hire?
40 full-time employees and 19 part-time employees.
And the part-time ones would be doing what?
Aaron can answer that question if you're okay doing that, Aaron.
Yeah, of course. I think the part-time was for the winter season when we expect to be a little slower. I think those staff would not be working during those months, and then we would staff up during the summer months when things are a bit more busy.
Okay. This goes back to parks again. What happens if the concession does not live up to its commitments? What safeguards and protections are there in the agreement to address those sorts of issues?
The city every license agreement the city offers is terminable at will. That is the ultimate protection that the city has.
But beyond that, the license agreement talks about the inspections that we conduct. There's a set of liquidated damages in all the license agreements. So if we find things that do not meet our standards or that we have concerns about, we send a letter with a written warning. We give them a time period to cure the issue. We go back and inspect again, and if it hasn't been cured, we can issue a liquidated damage, an actual financial. We don't call them fines; they're called liquidated damages. We've been doing business with Aaron for a long time, and I'm smiling a little because Aaron could tell you, as the director of compliance, I don't mess around. And if rules are broken, we, like I said, we have conversations, we send letters, we can issue liquidated damages, but we really see our concessionaires as partners. And the benefit of having someone like Aaron is he knows what the rules are, and he knows what the consequences could be. Like if there's an event, and I'm not speaking to Aaron specifically, but generally speaking with our concessions, if they schedule an event that they don't get our approval for, something that is required to be approved by parks, we can cancel the event, right? So, Jeremy is right that the ultimate way to deal with a non-compliant concessionaire is to terminate, and we can terminate every single agreement that we have at will. We don't like to do that. We don't want to have a situation where we have to terminate in the middle of a term and then we have to leave a site empty. So our goal is always to try and bring our concessionaire into compliance. But we do have the mechanisms like the notices and the liquidated damages, and the ability to cancel an event that's not approved or whatnot, if we're dealing with non-compliance.
Okay. You've mentioned in the presentation several times, you've referred to, I guess, Aaron's character and his experience and his involvement with the city. Can you elaborate a little bit on that? And maybe we can hear a little bit from Aaron of what he's done. I'd just like to understand a little bit of the history there.
Aaron, you want to take that one?
Certainly. Okay, so I sort of started off my career as a lawyer, but then transitioned into an event that was called the Brooklyn Night Bazaar. And that led to the first RFP that I won in Jacob Riis Park to oversee the concessions along that mile-long stretch of Federal Beach in Queens. Since then, we've won a few other RFPs, and the ones with parks, with NYC Parks is one you've heard about already, the Rockaway Beach concessions, and the one in McCarran Park in Brooklyn. So, we like to think that we understand what it takes to operate in public park, densely populated areas. We like to think that we know how to work with local communities that we operate next to, and we like to think of ourselves as parts of those communities, which is why we host sort of community-friendly events. We've been overseeing food and beverage operations throughout that time as well, and we sort of have plenty of experience serving places like Jacob Riis Park, where there's 40,000 people that come out on a nice weekend day. So it's been a real pleasure operating all of these locations. We've got one more coming up this summer as well, beyond Union Square, and we're really looking forward to this one because we know it's such a sort of like a treasured park, and it's so busy and so well loved. So we feel like it's a real honor to be chosen for this, assuming the lease does get signed.
Okay, thank you for that. In looking up the Union Square Park House, I guess it led me to think about can you explain your your ownership structure? And tell me if I'm wrong, but I'm getting the feeling that a lot of these ventures you're in with the city are operating under different legal entities, or maybe I'm not correct.
No, that's
Can you explain the structure and whether you have any other owners, whether they are public or hidden? I don't mean hidden in a negative sense, but just not, they're private, not disclosed. Yeah, if you could explain that a little bit. Quite frankly, I tried to do some due diligence in that area, and it was a little bit difficult for me to figure out what your ownership structure was.
Sure. Well, it's we're sort of a small operation. There's for McCarran Park, it's just me and my partner Eric Klein, Belby Klein.
Is that a particular legal entity, or how does that work?
We formed a legal entity called McCarran Park House for that.
Okay.
So we'll open up a separate LLC for the locations.
So if I Google Park House and leave off the Union Square, all your stuff might show up. Everything is a Park House.
There's different entity names. I think McCarran Park House is the only Park House entity that I own.
So how many entities do you own that are involved with the city of New York?
So just open an LLC for Union Square. There's McCarran Park House. There's Brooklyn Bazaar, which was the night market entity that I was telling you about before, and that was the entity that also owned our operations in Jacob Riis Park.
Okay. And why do you have so many different entities? Why not one?
I think for liability reasons, it's just good practice to open up a new entity for a new ventures that you open. I don't know, there could be trip and fall, or who knows what may happen. So that's for liability reasons. It's important to separate out the legal entities.
Okay.
I also just wanted to add that is not an uncommon thing in the concession world. Another benefit to having separate entities is financial compliance. When we do an audit, when either we do an audit or the New York City Controller does an audit, if you have one entity that's running many different concessions, the auditors may end up looking at all of those records, and it can often lead to commingling when in fact the license agreement requires that you keep all the financial elements separate for each concession that you have. So in many ways, it's actually cleaner to have a separate entity running each concession. We don't have to worry about revenue being deposited into an account for one concession that belonged in another.
Great. I'm glad you asked that, because that was going to be my next line of questions. Because a lot of things that are being represented, from what I understand, in the contract, in terms like gross receipts and annual fees and minimum revenue and so and so. Can you just speak to the audit process around that, so that we have the confidence level of that all this is being appropriately tracked?
So the Parks Department has the Office of Management and Planning, and that's where the Parks auditors live. We have 300 plus concessions and a handful of auditors. We are not auditing all of our concessions all the time. We certainly don't have the resources to do that.
Yeah.
What I can tell you is that generally speaking, the controller focuses their audits on concessions that pay us a minimum versus a percentage fee. Because if you're paying only a minimum fee, then it's not like you could be underpaying the city, because whether you report your gross receipts honestly or not, it doesn't matter if you just have that annual fee. But when you pay versus a percentage, obviously a main function of an audit is to make sure that you are reporting all of the revenue that's generated on site. So whether there's an audit done by the Parks Department, I would say in a 15-year term, there is a very good chance that the Parks Department will in fact audit that concession at some point during the term. It is in no way a guarantee that the controller's office will do it. They tend to focus on the concessions that pay the city the most amount of money or the most high profile. I can tell you that as you read in the agreement, if you were looking at, it's usually section 4 that talks about the financial obligations. All of our concessionaires have to report their gross receipts on a monthly basis. They have to submit an annual income and expense statement. And those reports are reconciled by the parks accountants. The accountants actually report to me. And so they are taking a look. They will take the 12 months of the gross receipts, add them up, look at the annual income and expense statement, and they will often find discrepancies. And then we go back to the concessionaire and we say, why did your income and expense report say that you made $1 million, but we add up your monthly fees and it was $1.2 million? Because if you're paying a percentage, that $200 delta could mean that you owe the city more money. So those are things that the Parks Department is doing on a regular basis. A full-on audit is a huge undertaking that takes many, many, many months. And that is why, you know, again, in a 15 to 20 year term, generally speaking, there will be a parks audit at some point during the term. We just can't audit our concessionaires on an annual basis.
Okay. I've spoken a long time. I'm going to let my colleagues jump in a second, but I just have two other areas I'd like to briefly pass by you. First of all, can you speak to recognize that there may be some confidentialities involved here. Speak to the finalists. Who were the other finalists? If you can't mention names, at least the profiles of them. And then completely separate from that, can you speak to the impact of the concession in the environmental area? What environmental considerations you considered, and then finally, the relationship of the concession to farmers market, was that important for you? And then I'll yield to my colleagues because I've spent a lot of time here.
So in terms of the other proposers, we'll have to get back to you on that. That's not something we can speak to right at this moment in time. To answer your other question about
before you do that, let me jump in. Is it because you need to get authorization to do that, or you don't? Can you just elaborate a little bit on that? Why you need to get back?
Well, I don't have the information in front of me. I'm also, Jeremy knows this part of the process a little bit better than I do, but it's possible that we're not allowed to give it until the contract is signed.
It's not public knowledge at this point, and it's subject to FOIL. So similar to another request from before, it's not something we can share.
Okay. Well, I'd be curious at some point of just the profile of the other finalists. Were they all sort of the same profile, or were there different profiles? And then in closing, if you could speak to, I interrupt you, my apology. If you could speak to the environment, and then one thing that's dear and near to a lot of people in the Union Square neighborhood is the farmers market. What sort of relationship you anticipate the entity, the concession, having with farmers market?
Well, as we said in the presentation, Aaron has made a commitment to source ingredients from his menu from the farmers market, and there will be, seasonality. So maybe there's, a caprese salad in the summer when the tomatoes and the basil are growing, and maybe it's squash in the fall, things like that.
So it's been general. It's sort of been just a general commitment. No specific numbers or amounts or anything along those lines. Just a good
Aaron,
faith,
is there anything else you want to add about that?
Intention to work with farmers market, if I'm hearing you correctly.
I think that's correct, John. We have a general intention. I don't think we were specific, but we do fully intend on befriending all the local farmers that will be our neighbors, and to work with them and to purchase from them. I think it makes perfect sense.
Yeah,
it is actually a requirement in the license. So, we can at any point say, hey, Aaron, tell us what you got and, what farmers you're buying from. And, we work very closely. Obviously, Grow NYC is also our concessionaire. And, they were very supportive. In fact, they wrote a letter of support to have a year-round operation here. And so, we're looking forward to making those introductions so Aaron can get to know the folks at Grow NYC.
Okay, thank you. I'll yield my time back to the Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you, John. And thank you for those thorough questions. Other members of the committee, additional questions, Catherine.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you to my colleague John for all the thoughtful questions. I think half of them got answered, most of them got answered already, but two questions. The main question is, you held a public hearing. What were public comments like? What did the residents and the businesses in the area have to say about this process? And did you get an overwhelming, like, what were the numbers like? And
So-
then,
Sorry, the public hearing hasn't taken place yet. It's going to take place on December 8th.
December 8th, so you'll share the metrics or the outcome of the public comments somewhere?
Yes, I believe we can. Yeah.
Okay. And so then the other question was just to clarify, in terms of bathrooms, they'll be maintained by parks. And so that to me assumes that the bathrooms will be public facilities. I just want to clarify that.
Sure. So again, the public restrooms that are located on the northeast corner of the plaza at Union Square, which is about 50 to 100 feet from the pavilion itself, those are public parks restrooms, and those are maintained and operated by the Parks Department. The Pavilion Cafe itself has restrooms within the cafe that will be maintained by the cafe operator.
Okay. And let me just so everything else is comments, but the last question was about the material of the pavilion. It's going to have glass. And so I still think of public Union Square Park as a place where a lot of public activity, protests, people have the right to gather. And I just am a little curious about the kind of glass, or is it suitable for at least is it suitable for park space? And is that something that's considered? And that's my final question. Thank you all for just a good in-depth conversation.
So
Hey,
a
Russ,
couple of
Russ.
things. One thing I wanted to make clear is both sets of bathrooms are open to the public. So, you know, there's the bathrooms that are maintained by parks, which are open to the public, and the parks in the bathrooms in the restaurant are also open to the public. That's consistent with our concessions. Nobody here wants Union Square to stop being a gathering place, you know, for the public, and, you know, protests are there all the time. We don't expect that the windows would provide, you know, would interfere with that in any way.
Okay, and the bathrooms inside the pavilion are public. This is something that's important for us to understand.
Yes.
Okay, and I apologize, Libby. One last question. In terms of this is a long time coming for Union Square Park. It's a long time coming in terms of what it represents in terms of opportunity. And I heard you talk about the onerous process of budgeting, of not budgeting, but auditing. So my question is, will you make the extra effort to provide some transparency and metrics in the process so that we don't have to wait for an audit, but that it becomes part of your assessment and evaluation process?
Can you be a little bit more specific in terms of what kind of metrics you're
So
looking
instead
for?
of waiting, so this is a long-term agreement. So I would expect some sort of quarterly metrics. I'm not going to tell you what you need to understand, but what you need to help the public understand. There are, you know, the independent budget office is a place that might be helpful. What I'm trying to avoid is waiting for darkness to fall and then we scramble to try to find answers, that there's this sort of an ongoing sense of where you are in terms of metrics, what the expectations are. It's just a
Again, are you
question
talking about in terms of revenue generation?
in terms of revenue, in terms of like, is it reducing crime? Are more residents engaged in the park? There are all kinds of questions you can answer with this new opportunity. And so you want to make sure you take advantage of embedding the questions in the process as opposed to waiting for arbitrary audits or complaints to come forward. Not that there will be.
Well, again, from a revenue standpoint, as I mentioned, we get gross receipts on a monthly basis. Our accountants track those very carefully. And if they aren't received, our accountants, Aaron has never been an issue in that department. Our accountants will hound our operators until we get those statements. So we are looking at those statements. We are looking at those annual income and expense statements. We have concessionaires that struggle to pay their fees, and we can see that coming when if a fee payment is missed, and so we're talking to them. It's not we're not waiting for someone to fail. And we have an inspector. Like I said, we actually now have a second person who's serving as an inspector that are making visits to our concessions. I don't know if you guys have any tree vendors in your district, but Sylvia, our inspector, just finished spending a couple of days just visiting all of the tree vendors and making sure the sidewalks have the right amount of passage, that prices are posted. So all of those things are being looked at. We're going to be looking at the bathrooms and are they clean? We're going to be making sure that the menu matches what we've approved. So those are all things that we're doing on a regular basis to make sure that the concessionaires are complying with their agreements. And the truth is, we do get positive and negative feedback, both from the public, from elected officials, and from parkies. I can tell you right now that Paul Evans in Union Square, it will not hesitate to let me or Jeremy know if he sees an issue with a concession. And, we have lots of parkies that are on the ground that are in these parks all the time. And so that's another resource that we have to find out about issues and resolve them as quickly as we can.
Cut in a little bit here to say thank you so much. We appreciate that. I do just want to flag that it is 7:20 and we still have many options on this agenda.
Thank you. And Melissa, thank you all for your comments and responses. Thank you.
Okay, so just to recalibrate for the committee right now, we are in questions. These are questions related to the Union Square Pavilion Cafe, so selection of the operator. We are asking additional questions right now, again, moving towards a resolution and an opinion. We've covered a lot of these topics, so I want to make sure that we get the rest of the committee questions answered before we move to members of the public, and then get into a conversation. Because I do think we're going to want to have a little bit of a conversation here. I just want to keep us moving. Michael Kayback, question.
Okay, so you might not be aware of it, but I suspect you are. At certain times when restaurants have a nice deal going on, and their lease is up, and the owner of the property decides that they want to put a new tenant in that restaurant, and the original tenant stays beyond his lease, might happen. I think it happened once before. What precisely is being done to prevent the litigation that might ensue should the current tenant refuse to leave after the lease is over?
Gosh, I'm trying to think, and Jeremy and I combined have close to 40 years being in the concessions division. I can only think of one time where we struggled to get someone out. It was a yacht club at a marina in the Bronx that had been there for 100 years. Jeremy has been the project manager for this site for quite some time.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that the outgoing concessionaire.
Please answer my question. My
I
question
am
is.
pretty sure, I'm trying.
Measures taken to prevent lawsuits and fighting at the end of 15 years, should the Parks Department or who's ever running the lease decide we want to put a new guy in, and the guy who's in decides he wants to stay. That happened right now. It's happening right now. And don't tell me you don't know about it.
At Tavern on,
Brian Park, Melissa. He's referring to Brian Park.
Oh, I see. Okay. So I can't speak to the Bryant Park situation. What I can say to answer your question quickly,
I'm just
if you want me
asking you,
to.
if you would be kind enough to answer my question, which is simply, has there been any measures to prevent this kind of a craziness from happening again in 15 years when I'm gonna be dead? Can anybody answer that? Mr. Aaron?
So
Can
what
you
I
answer
would
that?
say is that if we had a situation where we had, first of all, they're not leases, they're license agreements. And that does make a difference because there is no leasehold that is outlined in the agreement, number one. Number two, if we had a concessionaire who refused to leave at the end of the term, then that's when Parks Legal and New York City Law Department would get involved. I'm not a lawyer, Jeremy's not a lawyer. We would follow whatever the law says in terms of getting rid of an operator who refused to leave.
Melissa, thank you so much for that answer. I think that is helpful in understanding what the limits of scope are as far as enforcement goes. Again, folks, it is 7:25. Questions, Todd?
Hi there. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
So to the concessionaire applicant and to the Parks Department, thank you for your very straightforward proposal, the presentation. So my question is this, in light of what's been said, my question is, what kind of commitment do you have, especially in New York City? Our committee has been concerned for these concessions or leases and the people operating them, that they stay not just at the beginning, but over a long period of time, to be reasonably priced and in the park that is really for everybody, reasonably priced and available to everybody. And what is your method of operation and what are your policy goals and what can you do to assure us that you're going to stay on top of that if you see that your concessionaire moves away from that? Is it a priority for you? Just speak a little bit about that.
I can speak to that and briefly, I know time is of the essence. All of our license agreements state clearly that any part of the operation and specifically the menu is subject to our approval. We approve all of the prices at our concessions, and we are very sensitive to making sure that we always have at least some affordable items. The price ranges that Jeremy described, I think were very fair. Anytime that a concessionaire wants to increase a price, add a new item, they have to come to us for our approval. And you can ask Aaron, he knows that that's the drill. He does that with all of his, there are many sub-licenses in the Rockaways. He does that there. He does that at the Park House. We review and approve all of the prices.
Okay, well, I wish you luck and hope to see that you are good to your word on that.
Okay, are there other members of the committee who have any questions? Myrtle?
Yeah, a couple of questions. Actually, the first one, bathroom access, it's publicly accessible, the bathrooms at the restaurant. Will there be signs outside stating that so people know that they can use it?
We have standard parks signs about bathrooms that speak to, gender and things like that. So we would have the same signage there that we have at other public bathrooms on Parkland.
The bathrooms inside the restaurant.
Yes.
So will there be signs outside of the restaurant telling people who are not patrons of the restaurant that the bathrooms inside the restaurant are publicly accessible?
So we try to be consistent with our signage. That's not signage that we typically have. We have signage where there are bathrooms, not, walk inside this way to use this particular bathroom.
No, that's not my question is, will you let people know that the bathrooms inside the restaurant are open to everyone and not just patrons of the restaurant? That's not the case right now.
Maybe there's a different way to rephrase this. Aaron, would you be amenable or open to putting a sign? This is something that this board has asked of operators of Pops before, to have a small sign that says you can ask to use the bathroom. It's available to the public. And then similarly, for the restaurant seating that's outside where you don't need to make a purchase? Would you be amenable to a similar sign saying you don't need to have, the way that the Pops generally say you don't need to make a purchase to sit here? This would be sort of an analogous thing to that, but as far as the bathrooms, even though they're in the restaurant, that there'd be a sign for that and then a sign about the seating.
Sure. With Parks approval for signage, which we normally seek.
Good answer, Aaron.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
My second question is, so there is a proposal currently by Union Square Partnership in front of FCRC for sole source. If that is approved, how does the relationship between the restaurant would then essentially be a tenant of Union Square Partnership, is similar to the situation right now in Bryant Park between the grill and the VPC? Is that a correct assessment?
Go ahead, Jeremy.
No, that is not a correct assessment. Again, this is a license agreement administered by the Parks Department. I understand the sole source that you are talking about. This is not really the time for us to discuss it. There will be another public hearing related to that sole source. Again, it's still in negotiation, so it's not something that we can openly discuss right now.
But the other things that you mentioned, for example, the pricing on the menu, everything is approved by the Parks Department currently. That is subject to change then, if that sole source goes through?
Sorry, are you asking if the prices that we currently discussed could change?
I'm just taking an example.
So I think it's more if the sole source goes through, where does approval of menu pricing then live? Does it continue to live with the Parks Department?
Yes.
It's just the revenue goes. Yes.
The Parks Department is the entity that oversees, and our division is the contract manager.
Great. Even if the sole source goes through, it still lives with you. Thank you.
And the city will still have the ability to terminate the contract with the restaurant in case of non-compliance or whatever reason be it.
Terminable at will is terminable at will, and that doesn't change. That's like we said, it's in every concession agreement.
Thank you. That's helpful. I think that was it.
Great. Any additional questions from members of the committee about the restaurant pavilion? Yeah.
Just one quick one. You mentioned like exercise classes and yoga classes, things like that. Where will that be? Will that be in the pavilion or kind of in the greater space beyond it?
I think that's still TBD. Again, we would talk to the Parks Department and see where those activities might be appropriate, what days of the week, potentially, early morning, when that portion of the park is a little less foot traffic there. Again, so still TBD and upon the approval of Parks and I suppose the community board as well.
Thank you.
Okay, additional questions? Okay, seeing none, I will now open, thank you so much for answering those so thoroughly. I will now open for public. I guess one more question we asked about footprint, but to make sure that when the time comes, will you check in with the community board regarding where the bike racks currently are? And sometimes that seems to be variable with the current operator to make sure that it doesn't encroach upon the other public spaces and use of that public space in the North Plaza. I think that's the question about the footprint for the outdoor space. But it's
if there are any issues of infringement, like certainly bring those to us. We're happy to talk about them.
Great. Okay. Thank you so much. Members of the public, please raise your hand and wait to be acknowledged. Okay, Karen Flattery, please introduce yourself and your connection for the record. Thank you.
Hi, Karen Flaherty, and I'm a resident at 11 East 17th Street. That's just between Broadway and 5th, the north end of the park. So the pavilion, I've lived here since 1978. So I've seen the pavilion be deserted at times and other times have an attempt at a fine restaurant. As a community member, we have been inundated with expensive restaurants, especially on 16th and 17th Street. that have asked for DJs, music indoors, music outdoors, extended hours of operations. And it's something that we don't really relish very well. We don't accept it very well as a community of seniors and family members. So I guess I would like to bring the concerns before you, before even the public hearing, which I hope we will receive notice of it, that just put you on notice that music, events, hours of operation, noise complaints, managerial accessibility and responsibility will be very critical to the community and having a pleasant experience with the Union Square Park House. There was one restaurant there early on that was very nice. It was very sophisticated and very affordable. And I know that I spent a lot of the summer there. It closed down, of course, during the winter. I think that that was a good example of the type of restaurant or that would work here. I know you keep referring to it as a concession and Jacob Riis Park and other sandy, beachy areas, and this is not that. This is prime real estate in Union Square area. So we are looking for something that we can attend. We can celebrate our, family events, etc., at a place that we can afford. So we would very much look forward to that. Another example, I think, if you remember at Fort Tryon Park, Bette Midler worked and put a restaurant called Turning Leaf. That was another excellent example of a restaurant that I think would do very well in the community for the community. And just once again, just to go on notice, I can tell you that there's people on 17th Street, 16th Street surrounding the park that know nothing about this. Maybe they didn't get your community board 5 note. So that December 8th meeting, if that's a public hearing, that would be critical for us to have notices put up around here so that we can all attend. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'll stay on the line.
To answer the public hearing, Jeremy, please correct me if I'm wrong. The public hearing that you've referred to is the FCRC hearing, right? Yeah, that's just to answer your question about that. That's not a community board hearing. That's a different group. I do think that a lot of what you've referred to has to do with liquor license related sort of matters with noise and sound related to hours, which is more of a state licenses and permits committee question. And there will be notification because the applicant will need to go through that as well. But I believe that they've heard your concerns and will certainly take them into consideration to moving forward. Thank you so much for your comment. Charles Nye.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. So my question and comment is the market, the green market where the food is going to be sourced from, also accepts food stamps, and people on food stamps can also get help bucks. I'm just wondering if there's going to be any food offerings at the concession that will be able to be bought with food stamps and help bucks in some. There's quite a lot of usage in the green market of people with food stamps. I'm also wondering about if there's going to be any gratuity added to any purchases. I'm also wondering if there's going to be any attempts to make the workshops, the mindfulness and the yoga and all that stuff accessible to people of all different disabilities, including people with visual disabilities, because inclusivity is very important. So I was wondering if there is any thoughts on that, and also when purchasing the food, is it going to be where these days are some places where you have to use a screen to make your order, and if there's going to be a screen used instead of going to a human, to choose the different food items, is there any screen reader type of technology so that someone who's blind would be able to order their food? Thank you.
Sure, I can address some of those. In terms of screen question, we don't have any plans to have those sort of automated order screens at this point. That might change, but should we include those in the future, we would like to look into this technology that allows for everybody to be able to order from them, including people that are blind. Food stamps, I would need to look into that. I feel like that's normally something that one would use at a grocery store, not necessarily at a sort of a restaurant or concession, but I will look into that. In terms of ADA accessibility, there is an existing elevator that can be used by the public. And so that will continue to be in use. In terms of automatic gratuities, no, that would be totally at the discretion of any patron that would come by.
Thank you so much, Aaron, for those answers. Are there any other members of the public who would like to comment or ask a question at this time? Okay, seeing none, I will now move the committee into our business session. As a reminder, only members of the committee are allowed to speak at this time. Oh, I see one more member of the public. Emily, you are now recognized. I'm sorry if I've gotten your name wrong. You did. Okay. Okay, I will now move it into business session. Oh. If there is a question or a comment about this item on the agenda, you are recognized.
All right, thank you.
Great.
It's basically, I think, that area I have noticed, I'm Emily Miller, by the way. I noticed there are a lot of homeless issues there. So I would think there, and I also noticed there probably some public restroom in the park premises. So for hygiene's sake, not to intermingling with the restaurant, I would think it would be a wise decision to have signage to direct for those who are not food patrons to use park premise bathrooms. That would be more a hygiene option. That's basically what I was trying to say in reference to one of the members on your board had the question about the bathroom issue.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Okay, I will now move our meeting into a business session. We've heard a lot of items. I think we have a lot of our questions and some of our more hot button questions have been answered. Is there anyone who would like to summarize that? Whether that's John, if you've been tracking that, or anyone else who would like to see things included in a resolution. Again, this is to move to action. So our opinion, because the hearing to FCRC is on Monday, our opinion is going to be directed to FCRC and then also the Parks Department with, Aaron CC'd. It's more about getting our thoughts down on paper and everything that we want to see in this restaurant moving forward. Again, it's a 15-year lease, so it's important that we have the community voice and what, as residents, we want to see or what we're concerned about and what we like about this or don't like about this collected there. So from what I've heard so far, I hear the bathroom signage and public seating signage included, and I'm hearing affordability of the menu prices being a factor. Are there other items that people would like to have a comment on about this application? Concerns, things you'd like?
Libby, I'm
Michael
trying to raise
Feback, did
my
you have
hand.
something to say?
If we're gonna, and I don't say that this is what we should do, but if we put in a stipulation, unless, unless they have signage about inside bathrooms, which I think is crazy, but, because there's bathrooms right halfway down the block. But if we do, could we also request the public seating outdoors for the public? And you could sit down there even if you don't buy something on a little sign
Yeah,
somewhere?
he'd agreed to doing that. That was part of it. But so I hear two things that we want in the resolution. Christopher?
Yeah, just noise things are probably very important, echoing the comments. I'll play noise here. That we should have a contact number for noise in case they're playing music or something, that someone should make their number available 24 hours, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, so for like regular activities too and the programming, this isn't related to the liquor license where that normally comes in, but I think that that's totally something we ask in other situations too, if that's amenable to the applicant. Aaron, would that be amenable to you to have?
Yeah,
Normally what we do for our liquor license applications generally, but for the general noise of activity and bustle, having the office have a contact number to call. Is that something that would be workable for
Very
you?
happy to provide my cell phone, yes.
Great. Catherine?
Yes, I would just like to see added, just a suggestion or comment about adding appropriate metrics and budgeting items on an ongoing basis so that, whether it's quarterly, annually, biannually, it's a long-term situation that needs to have metrics, and I'll leave it to Parks to figure out what those metrics are. But in particular, also, the other part of this is to be able to engage ongoing, if not already in place, ongoing public comment for residents and businesses in the area to be able to provide input, specifically as it relates to programming and use of the spaces. That it should be weighted with those who live in the area.
Okay. How do people feel about that as a stipulation? I see consensus on that generally. Can
I say something?
Yes.
I just wanted to
On that
add my-
particular stipulation.
I just wanted to add my voice to Catherine's. I was gonna say exactly the same thing based on what Catherine said earlier. Having those metrics in some way, manner, shape, or form when the inevitable issues come up over a 15-year lease is critical. Let's get on record about that.
Okay, but as to be determined by the Parks Department, what metrics are relevant, is that?
That's correct, yeah.
Language
And,
that you're okay
if they
with?
want to use the independent budget office to help, that's fine. I'm not here to tell them they're technical expert, they have resources, but it's up to them. But there should be contemporary metrics available with this agreement.
Okay. Additional stipulations, Myrtle.
So I think we should note Union Square Partnership sole source agreement that's in front of FCRC right now. And that if as a result of that agreement going through, if there's any potential impact in this concessions agreement, that the community board reserves the right to review any changes.
And to provide further comment, that seems, anyone object to that? Okay, additional items, Charlie.
Yeah, I just wanted to underscore the affordability aspect of this restaurant. It definitely caught my ear. This is the same operator as the Rockaway Beach concessions. I surf out there and the food tastes really great, but you walk out of there, you've spent like $21 on a poke bowl or something like that. And so I know, we're talking about the Union Square area. There are quite a lot of very expensive, fancy restaurants in the surrounding blocks. But, those are privately owned buildings on privately owned land, and this is city land. So I think it should not only be affordable to a small number of people. So I would like our resolution to underscore the importance that we believe this restaurant in Union Square Park should remain affordable to the average New Yorker. And if we want to stipulate some kind of price, maybe let's try to keep those pre-tax prices below $20.
How do people feel about
You
specifics
can't put
or?
a number on
Okay.
inflation.
Okay,
Yeah, my concern would be it's a 15-year agreement, so putting a hard dollar number might be
difficult.
difficult, but, and we struggled with this, in the past with Brent
Yeah.
Grill as well.
We really struggle. with
What language do you recall that we used there?
I think because it was a recommendation of what they should consider, I think we left it to Parks to determine what it was, but we emphasized that this was of pretty essential importance to us. The original terrace agreement had pegged it to a very specific restaurant. The history behind that was, this seems good, and like most people can eat at this restaurant, we'll base it on that. The restaurant no longer is in operation, but it was sort of pegged to that particular point in time in the 80s. But kind of roughly, I think, underscoring that. And as far as the menu prices changing, what we did play around with Bryant Park was a certain percentage, or saying how much of it should stay within the main cuisine of the restaurant also being affordable within like whatever affordable meant, but it wasn't a number.
I think all we have to say, Libby, is that it remained reasonably affordable for middle-class New Yorkers. Just paint with a broad brush. It's a 15-year lease. We know this is an issue for our constituents.
Yeah, I think the affordability piece, and I think that maybe we can ask them to come and like have Parks give us a heads up if the pricing is gonna change. Maybe is that a workable compromise there? Okay.
They're gonna do that already.
But I think letting us know that it's happening is something that is not, I think just giving us a heads up at all is sort of relevant there. Additional stipulations, comments in this resolution of what's important to us. How do we feel about it being year round? What do we think about the community elements and the programming?
Anything but the footprint?
Anything that the footprint wanted to go in?
Do we have to worry anything about if they're having big affairs like functions for weddings or meetings or stuff like that, where like a lot of people are expected to arrive and to leave at a specific time, in a bunch through a narrow, do we have to concern ourselves with that?
That is a important question. Can we get Jeremy, do you have an answer on that? Or maybe Michelle or Aaron, if you're on, are you planning to have private events where the venue will close to a private function that is of a certain scale and size?
So I can speak to that. So all of our license agreements, with the exception of a handful of facilities that are really focused on catering, have language that say anytime that the facility is going to be closed to the public, that event has to be approved by Parks. And it has to be posted to the public 14 days ahead of the event itself. Aaron knows from his experience, Parks does not like to close our concessions, particularly our food. Many of our concessions have a catering element, right? And then they have the regular restaurant. This is primarily a restaurant. And it is possible that he might, have small events, but the opportunity to close the facility to the public, those opportunities are few and far between. And there has to be a really good case for it. We do sometimes, when we have restaurants that want to do that, we will make the recommendation that the event take place on a Monday or a Tuesday, not on a Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, right? But generally speaking, this is not a site that is going to be a primarily in any way a catering facility, and I would not expect it to be closed to the public, except on very, very, very rare occasions.
Okay, great. So limited private events, just as a generic blanket term. I think that we can say something along the lines of where those bike racks are for for alcohol legal reasons. If you guys could come back and talk to us about that footprint and creep, I think that is something that might be able to go in there too. Is there any additional language that folks want to see in this resolution as we start to move to this?
Yeah, a couple of things. I think we should talk about overall values. From what I'm hearing, transparency, communication, cooperation. With respect to the specific event, we don't want private events as you know, too private as just mentioned, but also on the other end, events open to everyone that are alcohol centered have been a big issue for our neighborhood. So I would like to see something in there saying that that those type of events would be frowned upon.
Okay. How do folks feel about that being included? Does anyone object to that? Okay, that sounds good. And since you're writing this resolution, John, I trust you to include language that reflects your intent there. Is there anything else that anyone would like to see about this resolution? John?
Well, just the concept of a resolution. I thought resolutions by definition had to be approved by the full board. No? Can you just elaborate? Let me turn it into a question rather than a statement. Can you explain?
Yes, so I
this
started out a little
process
bit
and
of
the
our
resolution?
conversation. So the RFP went out and we were able to give comment on that back in 2024, at some point, like late spring, early summer. This process has then gone on. We only had our, the short notice between like the Friday before Thanksgiving to now. The hearing is on Monday, so our formal board opinion isn't until the 11th. We can ask FCRC. We're going to ask FCRC. Josh is going to send an email to see if they will allow our formal comment to be considered with an extension. But it's also, I've spoken to the office about this and to Brad. The most important thing for us is to make sure that we are still doing a resolution, even though it'll technically be a little bit after. There's still elements of the design, as we've heard tonight, that can be shaped and are still a little bit too early and premature to get into. But making sure that we are on record and in writing as a full board agreeing to like a 15-year contract for what we value and what is important to us in this agreement is something that we want to make sure that we're saying in a resolution. And it can be both to parks and to the FCRC, depending on which, but we CC the other ones regardless. And then also to Union Square Partnership, because they will be involved regardless moving forward. So in some capacity as a good neighbor, regardless of the sole source agreement. So that is some of the background of why, as a board internally, we're taking a resolution of just how we feel about this agreement and operator and a restaurant in this space and this use of public space and what we would like to see and request, like the signage for bathrooms and public seating and limited events, all the things that we've talked about. But that is part of why it's going to be a resolution that we're moving forward with, even though the hearing is Monday, is to make sure that the community perspective is taken into consideration and is in writing somewhere for people to look at and refer to. And does that answer your question, John?
Yes. Well, a follow-up question. So the resolution that's going to be written is really for the full board to approve, bottom line. Not for consumption before that time. Because it hasn't been approved.
Yeah.
It can't, by definition, it can't be shared with anyone until the full board has approved it.
Yes, but the full board, that's why we're asking for the extension on the timing, but we will still be sending it, even though it will be after that deadline of when things have gone on, because then we are going on the record.
But it will be sent after the full board meeting is my point. That's what I'm asking.
Yes, that's on December 12th. I mean, it will be public of what the thing is, because it has to go to our executive meeting on next Tuesday, whatever number day that is.
Right, the day after the hearing.
Yes. And though there is an option to call an emergency executive meeting if Kennedy feels that there's enough in this that we felt strongly one way or the other. I am getting the sense here that I'm hearing more that we are supportive, and the operator has agreed to some of the modifications as far as signage
Right.
that we wanted, and seems amenable to being responsive to noise, and being available to address those concerns. So I'm not, unless other people feel differently about the need to to press on our.
No,
our
no,
board.
I just wanted clarification. I got it. Just
Yeah.
process. Okay.
Can I add something here?
Okay, Todd.
Just very quickly, this is a 15-year lease, and what our committee has to say, I mean, of course, it's subject to full board review. If it goes out with a disclaimer, or even with the executive committee's imprimatur as something that's provisional, that will have a certain value if it's seen and registered by the public and by, in the context of the other hearing. So I think it's important enough that we should do that. Our executive committee should be polled if the committee feels it's important enough for us to get this out. I think we do have a consensus on this.
How are people feeling as far as writing that? I mean, I think in preparation for exec, we can post the resolution depending on when we can get that done by. But we can check that out. Otherwise, I don't know that having an exec is Tuesday. I just don't know.
Doable.
I mean, John, you're writing this. I think we'd need to have it sooner rather than later, but I think we can say like, this is a draft for executive session for our executive meeting the following day. But I don't know. Josh, do you have more information about how this might work?
That makes sense.
Okay. Okay, we
But
can
if
follow
we
up on
can-
that, but I think it's
but
more
if we-
about doing it
But
sooner.
if we can note, I think what's worthy to note is the timeline and the pressure that the timeline that we're up against. To be clear about that with what we're doing, I think that that's important. Other than that, I do think, you have some consensus here. But again, to reiterate the fact that we haven't had, this falls outside of, we've said this before, a lot of things fall outside of our board timelines, but we still hear these things because they're relevant to the work that we do and what we will be doing in the future. And we're certainly glad that Parks came to us and, that we had this opportunity. It just falls outside of the timeline, and we should be clear about that.
And you want it to be acknowledged in the resolution. I'm totally fine with that being acknowledged in the resolution. I think everyone probably feels the same. So I'm hearing consensus here. So short of that, I'd really like, it's 8 o'clock. I'd like to move us to a vote. If we do not have significantly items, I don't know if anyone wants to add additional stipulations. Otherwise, is there a motion?
A motion to approve the concession.
Great, let's take it to a vote.
By the way, just to let people know, we have quorum now, so.
Yes, so this is a real vote that will count with quorum.
Charlie?
Yes.
Just
John?
approve it, that's it? No.
Approve it with everything that we just listed.
Yeah, with
So
everything.
The stuff about
Yeah.
the signs, the signs.
But
for the
it's
bathroom.
it's not approve unless anything. It's approve with.
Yes, well, I mean, it's but acknowledging and a whereas that the operator has agreed to
Right.
post signs with Parks permission, and that we approve given all of these things.
Right. But it's not a deny unless, is my point.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right.
Correct. That was the motion that was made.
We can also note, if it's okay, that it's heartening to see that the proprietor has agreed to.
Yes,
Yeah.
that we
That-
appreciate
very
that
welcome,
and how
yes.
amenable, and say something about the dire need for bathrooms and also public seating, and that, the operator is is showing very good faith,
Yes, and.
which we appreciate. And we like to say what we like to see. So I think that is the structure.
Should I start again? All right, Charlie?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Tina?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
John?
Yes. In the future, if you can make a distinction between the two Johns, I'd appreciate it.
Sorry. Libby,
Yeah.
Mike Quebec,
Yes.
Gail.
Yeah.
Todd,
Yes.
I am a yes. Oh, actually, I did miss Christopher.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Great. Jeremy, Aaron, Melissa, thank you so much for coming and answering all of our questions, of which we had many. Really, really appreciate you for hanging in there and hanging in with us.
Happy to be
Okay.
here.
Thank you all very much.
Okay. So next up we have Union Square Partnership and the Parks Department again, who are going to be giving us a brief update on the art item that we saw earlier for the details of pattern behavior by Mass Race Studio. This is in the same Ladies Pavilion that we were just talking about that will become the restaurant. This is in the downtime for this period of 6 months. Gail is our lead member on this, taking the lead, but we can.
I didn't hear most of what you said. Could you just talk a little slower?
Yes, so this is the art installation from the meeting 2 times ago. It's going into the Ladies Pavilion and Union Square Partnership. They're coming back to give us an update on what the art is going to look like and sound and the
Terrific.
details of it.
Thank you.
Okay, and so with that,
We can dive right in.
okay,
The light.
Holly, I see Holly Cantor here from Union Square Partnership. And I'm not sure who else is presenting, but thank you so much.
Great. Hi, everyone. Good evening. Thank you so much for having us back. I'm Tali Cantor. I'm Director of Planning for the Union Square Partnership, and Elizabeth Masella is also joining from Parks Department Art in the Parks program. So Elizabeth is a senior public art coordinator. So I will share my screen. And unfortunately, Masari was supposed to join as well, but they had to sign off a little bit early. So hopefully I can answer some of your questions. I have their notes, and just, let me know if there's anything we can follow up with after the meeting. So this is the site. Can you all see the screen showing the pavilion building? Okay, great. So I'm returning to talk about the public art proposal for the pavilion building. It's fitting that we followed the concessions presentation because this is what the building looks like currently off season without a concession there. This is a photo from January last year or earlier this year. So just to reiterate, this is a public art installation that we received funding to implement from the Department of Small Business Services. So this is a grant from the city for Union Square Partnership, and we have selected the artist Masari Studios. They're based in Boston, and this is for a 30-day installation proposed for January to February 2026. The installation will be on the facade of the pavilion facing the North Plaza of Union Square Park, and will also be illuminating part of the plaza right in front of the building itself. So I'll dive right into the updates. What you're seeing here is a sort of a sketch outline of the building facade showing where the lighting will be installed on the pavilion facade. So these are some of the architectural features that will be highlighted. And the artist's focus is really to emphasize the architecture. So this is the columns, the banisters, and what's really striking to them is that central pendant that I believe one of the early concessionaires installed. That's really at the center of the archway of the pavilion. So this is a diagram showing the location of different equipment. And you will see that there are 2 cameras that are flanking the building up on the banisters. These are not cameras to capture, people. They're sensors. So it's really to track movement across the plaza, and that is really key to the installation itself. So the next slide is really about this interactive piece of the installation. So this is where those sensors come into play. So what I'm showing now is an aerial view of the pavilion and the plaza. And what you'll see is a grid that's on the plaza itself. This is just a diagram, a representation. Nothing will actually be drawn or adhered to the plaza. But this is marking out zones on the plaza where people moving through the plaza, whether it's the green market, vendors, trucks, people, strollers, dogs walking, skateboarders, etc., will trigger sound and light patterns that take place on the actual building. So the artist is considering the facade of the building as sort of an instrument that will trigger a variety of different color and light patterns. So what I'm showing now is a few different lighting color samples. So there's a few different colorway options. And again, this is very flexible. So one option is more of like a purple and teal. Another is more of a warm palette with peach and pink. And another is a cooler palette with blue and green. And in each of these, they are still emphasizing the architecture of the building. So it's the columns, the banisters, and that central pendant, as well as the interior of the building, which will be sort of glowing. And then below, there are a few different precedent images from the artist's previous work. So you can see the type of atmosphere that they create in other projects that they do. One is more of a hazy atmosphere of light, and the other is really focusing on the architectural details. So this is going to be using programmable LED lighting, and any of the sound that will be part of this, what they call the instrument, will be focused towards the plaza itself, so really pointed downward towards the immediate space right in front of the pavilion. And the proposal is for the installation to be active from sunset. So that will be around 4 p.m. until about 10 p.m. But it is very flexible. So we're able to kind of see how it goes. And then, if there's any issues with the surrounding residents or the W Hotel, with any of the hotel guests staying there, the artists are able to adapt the artwork and change the duration or the sound, the volume, or the amount of brightness. And that's all that I have so far. Elizabeth, I don't know if you have anything you'd like to jump in and discuss, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Elizabeth, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
I'm sorry, my internet dropped out during most of the presentation. I've been having issues all night, so I'm very sorry about that. I think I missed most of the presentation, but if you have any questions for me about the art in the parks program, I'm sure Tally covered everything quite well. But again, my apologies for the issues on my end. I'm happy to answer any questions about, yeah.
Gail, did you have any additional questions to run us through? Again, we've already seen this once, so this is really just an update on that resolution. So
2 quick questions, because at this point we already saw this. One, if there is a complaint about the noise or the light or something like that, who would people contact? How would they know how to contact them? I just want to make sure we have that line of communication established.
They can contact Union Square Partnership, so they can direct anything directly to us, and then we're in touch frequently with the artist, and they will be able to make adjustments remotely.
Okay, great. And then I know you said the sensors, the cameras, they detect things. They're not intended to record anything, but I just want to double, triple check. Will they record anyone's images or likeness? Will it be stored for any time? Where will it go? Just want to make sure we have that clear.
So they will not record. It will not be a captured recording. It's a detection sensor, so it will just detect movement.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, great. Does anyone else have any additional questions about the art? Again, we've already seen it. It's just details.
What months are they, and what's the
It is
duration?
January to February, 30-day installation. It's a 30-day permit with the Parks Department. Okay, seeing no additional questions, are there members of the public who would like to make a public comment or question? Okay, seeing none, yeah, you can stop sharing the screen if you want. Thank you so much, Holly. Appreciate you. Okay, I will now put us into business session. Please direct your comments to the chair and wait to be recognized. Does anybody have a comment? Charlie Baker.
Can I make a motion that we have a resolution in support of this since we've already seen this?
Do I have?
Second. I'd like to make a comment.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay, Michael Kavak, what's your comment?
Comment is that I think these things are great, more the merrier, just as long as they don't disturb the people in the neighborhood with loud noises and too many bright lights. I think these things are great. Short comment.
Great,
Excellent.
fantastic.
I would like to motion that we support this.
Fantastic. We love art in the parks is the motion that we are taking to a vote now.
Charlie,
Yes.
John Klein,
Yes.
Tina, Catherine,
Yes.
John Harris,
Yes.
Libby,
Yes.
Mike Kibak,
Yes.
Gail.
Yes.
And then Christopher,
Yes.
Todd.
Yes.
I am a yes, the motion passes.
Okay, great. Tali, Elizabeth, thank you so much for this update. And thank you for bringing an interactive element during the colder months to Union Square's North Pavilion. We really appreciate you. And thanks for hanging in there with her.
Thank you.
Next up on our agenda, we have John Klein as our lead committee member, and we have Michelle Salem, sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, from Sunnyside Up Creative presenting for Facebook for an activation Facebook road trip, which is in the North Plaza of Union Square. So same location. John, would you like to introduce the top lines of this activation?
Yeah, so Facebook has been running an event series over the last couple of months, doing what they call a road trip across the country. Started in LA, stopped at the Texas State Fair and at Nashville. It is finishing its trip in Union Square in New York City. It's gonna be on Sunday, December 14th. Open the event running from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. Important things to note, that's on a Sunday, so the green market won't be there. So the north end of the park will be clear. There's kind of like a tent and like Airstream trailer kind of structure that they're going to be having several different events. I think, and Michelle, correct me if I'm wrong when you're presenting, but there was like some like ornament detailing. They're going to be handing out coffee from a local bakery, and it's going to be kind of a more participatory event. Not really promoting anything other than Facebook, and just kind of like, you know, the holidays, but it is kind of geared towards celebrating the holidays and sharing. There will be there is a limit on how many people can be in the space one time, so they will have a queuing staff, but they will have additional staff as well to help out with cleanup. They'll be removing all waste off site, so they won't be leaving any extra waste at the park. There will be some sound through like a Bluetooth speaker just to help with the space, but it won't be amplified. And I think that's it. Michelle, if you want to kind of run through in just an interest of time.
And if you have any visuals too that you want to
Yeah,
throw
yes,
on the
of course.
screen,
Yes.
but add anything pertinent to the activation.
Perfect. Yes. Hi, everyone. And thank you so much, John. I also have my colleagues, Jamie and Amir, here as well. That was a really great overview. So yes, we'll just hop right into our deck that we've put together that just kind of outlines what John had just mentioned. So yes, as John mentioned, we have been taking our Airstream to promote Facebook Marketplace across the country, with our last and most exciting stop being New York City. So Union Square, North Plaza, December 14th. And I'll let Jamie just kind of jump into the small special moments we have on our footprint that day.
Hi everyone, so nice to meet you. I'm the director here at SSU, and I also just want to add that the format for this road trip, yes, it started in LA, but the genesis of this project is actually in New York. A couple of years ago, we started to build community through Facebook groups. and brought to life 2 experiences called Facebook IRL. And those were what developed this format. We found a lot of success in leaning into the things that people in New York City love to do, whether it's art or food or other elements of the culture. And so that's what informs our programming and our touch points in this space. So on the next slide, we are bringing our photo studio. So we're going to be working with an amazing photographer, Ryan Razan. He has some really great credits and he's just known for capturing beautiful moments. He actually was the photographer that captured portraits at our last IRL in Soho. And so he'll be capturing those moments and guests will be able to have a digital takeaway. We've got a really fun spin to win game. So it's the wheel that you see here. Guests spin that and they can, they'll be invited to do something on the platform or, you know, they can win a special prize. In this case, we have some really cool gifts that they can receive, everything from small mini bouquets that are holiday themed all the way up to pairs of Ray-Ban Meta glasses. This is not a sweepstakes, a raffle, or a lottery. Anyone who plays wins something or walks away with something, I should say. Our creator shop. So we're partnering with a creator by the name of April Lockhart to display items that she's curated from Facebook Marketplace. And guests will be able to try on those clothes and utilize them in their photo studio picture, along with another photo moment that we have in the space. And then we've got a fun ornament customization. So guests can snap a branded Polaroid and turn that into something that they can hang on their Christmas tree. And guests always love a crafting moment. So we're excited to bring that to life. At all of our stops, we've handed out a commemorative tour tee, just like you would at any other tour, receive a fun tee, just a little nod to the road trip name. And then we're working with Honey's to hand out hot cocoa. We've also got a vegan option available for those who are allergic and or have dietary restrictions. We'll have a meet and greet with Tinks and West Wilson. These are social media creators who will be on site for a meet and greet with fans. They'll also be giving away items from Facebook Marketplace. And then we've got a holiday photo moment. So in addition to the photo studio, this is just an easier self-serve photo moment where guests can capture something against our Winter Wonderland backdrop. And then again, we won't be initiating any official giveaways on site. Guests have the opportunity to receive a takeaway, no purchase necessary, and no information of guests will be collected on site. Those takeaways consist of the Facebook tour tee, the ornaments, the Facebook Marketplace sourced gifts, the Ray-Ban Metas, and then the mini floral bouquets. Our sanitation plan here will have 2 dedicated staff members on site for the duration of the event and ongoing cleaning and surface wipe downs and continuing trash monitoring and removal within our footprint and the surrounding areas. And then a look at our floor plan here. So to the left of your screen, you'll see our queue line. This is a line to get into the space. The mirror that you see there is a fun license plate frame that people can take selfies in because we know people love that sort of moment. And then once you enter into our tent, you go into our Airstream, which is our portrait studio. And then from there, you can roam our space to engage in the Remix Lab, which is where people take the photos with the ornaments. You've got another photo moment that's got our Winter Wonderland backdrop, which is right next to that creator station where I mentioned April Lockhart, the creator, is curating a bunch of looks from Facebook Marketplace. And then finally, the spin to win, which is the spinning wheel where guests can receive a gift of either florals or Ray-Ban Metas or small tchotchke items from Facebook Marketplace. And then the 2 red arrows that you see exiting out are our exit points. And then we have staff scattered throughout the space. We've got security around the perimeter, again, just being mindful and ensuring that we are being good citizens and good neighbors. And then we've got our heaters and generators in the space as well that are all masked by hedging.
Yes, and to add to that, the red dots you see are our security guards. So we'll have 6 just kind of roaming and making sure that the line queue stays quite smooth. And then any blue dot you see will be a brand ambassador from our team, just kind of helping guests throughout the experience.
And to flag about our security detail is actually based in New York, and they are really, really well trained to work with all kinds of individuals, from public to high-profile talent. Their clients are anyone from, of course, Meta to brands like Nike, Jordan, Converse, Beyonce, you name it. They're ready. And this is our footprint within the North Plaza. Another view.
Great.
And so this is just another view of what it will actually look like. So you can see we've got some fun mirrors and activations here. And then this is a rendering of what exactly it looked like in LA and all of our other cities. Of course, the signage will be changed, but the Airstream is really gorgeous and customized. So again, very excited to bring this to New York. And last but not least, this is just an overview of our production schedule. So we would be doing a midnight load in of our tenting, our turfs, just kind of the larger items, so that we can tackle and hit the ground running at 8 a.m. with just our furniture load in. But again, we've done this for six stops now. So we've gotten the load in process down to a science at this point. We'll be kicking off the event at 11 a.m. And then, as mentioned, it will wrap at 6. And with our sanitation plan just kind of ongoing throughout, we really will wrap by 9, but essentially 8:30, no later than that. And that is it.
Great. Thank you so much for that. We really appreciate the detail, especially on those graphics.
Yes.
It's really helpful to contextualize it in the space. John, I will go to you first if you have any additional questions, and then do you maybe want to run us through if anyone has questions?
Could we just kind of put back the graphics so I could see?
Yeah, can you put up the footprint again? Which one did you want to see? The footprint of the full?
You got 3 of them together somewhere near the end. Can you go back?
I think you might mean this guy.
No, as it looks inside the entire.
Inside the event.
I see. Yes.
Oh, Philip. Inside the event, it's. Oh. You went too quick, you went by it. That's not it.
I think it's the one, Mike, do you mean the overhead shot, the floor plan shot?
I don't know what they call it.
This one?
Want this in context.
Is there a version of this? Oh,
Go back.
the one that's very, very small. At the north part. Yeah, that one back. Yeah, that one's good. This is, see, Mike, you see the North Plaza and then the West Plaza is on that left-hand side. So you see it's about the same width of the North Pavilion, but there is a gap of 52 feet, it looks like, between the edge of that structure and the beginning of the Airstream pop-up
What
footprint.
about the street?
I believe that goes right to the curb directly.
Curve, there's a parking lane, a bike lane, a divided median with barriers, and then the street.
Right.
That's correct. And just to note, that's the rear of the footprint. So the footprint actually faces into the park.
Correct.
Oh,
Yes,
okay, thank you.
great. Are there any additional questions that anyone had? Christopher.
2 questions. First question is, how much are you paying?
We need to, Amir, do you want to speak to that? I think we added up all of our costs recently.
We haven't been assessed the fee from the Parks Department yet on this, so we're waiting to get that number. We have an estimate of what we think it might be based on what we're what we generally get charged for things like this. We believe that the Parks Department fee is going to be somewhere in the $30,000 range for the day, but obviously we await the Parks Department's assessment of what it's going to be.
Good to know. And how about the budget for the rest of the shit?
Please.
Stuff.
Are there additional permits
Is
that you
that-
are getting?
I mean, I don't know how much information is proprietary on something like this, but I don't know, Jamie, Michelle, if there's anything that you'd like to share on that piece, but
What is the question around budget? Do you mean the budget for the entire project?
How much in permit fees that are going to,
My question was just what you're spending on the thing.
oh, you mean their internal budget for how much
Yeah,
it
yeah,
costs
you're
them
more-
to create the production?
Yeah.
That's
What does
not
it cost for you to put this up?
I'm not sure that that's within the scope.
Hey, I'm asking the question.
yeah, I believe that's proprietary here with respect.
I don't think it's in the scope. Okay, Myrtle.
Are there any barriers to prevent people that are queuing up from walking into the bike lane?
Yes, we have the back is fully sanctioned as well.
It is, okay, good.
Yes.
Okay, additional questions? Christopher.
Are there other places in the city where Facebook has a lot of space that you just have already, like offices?
I don't, what's the question?
Like, what other space does Facebook have access to on its own without without using public space?
Without using public space, or what are the private?
Do you have like this kind of space for an event, like where
In
you're
an
leasing offices?
No, for this type of format, it is intended to be an outdoor format. So it's not something that would take place at either of the Meta offices, because they are fully indoor locations.
Yeah, the idea is to engage the public with a holiday theme and around the holidays. So having it in an indoor office space would render it a little bit out of sight. But yeah.
Okay, additional questions from anyone else on the committee, online? Okay, seeing none, are there members of the public who would like to provide comment or ask a question? Charles Nye, you are recognized.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to know with some events like this in the past I've gone to in Union Square, like for example the South Park experience a few years back and things like that. When it's got a lot of people attending, will there be a separate line for people with disabilities, so they're not, from the main queue? And I was wondering, I just want to confirm the date again. Is it December 14th? And is the entrance, would it be the northeast or the northwest of the park? And since it's on a Sunday, do you think it'll be a lot better to come around the start of, I guess, more close to 11? And can some people line up before 11 a.m. or does it have to be exactly at 11 a.m.? Thank you.
So the site opens at 11 a.m. There's not a tremendous amount of incentive to queue early. Everything here is free and open to the public. The queue line, I guess, would technically be on the western side of the footprint, where people can queue in. And to answer your question about ADA accommodation, we're happy to, obviously as we have brand ambassadors and security that are there. If there's anybody that seems like they need, excuse me, additional accommodation, we're happy to help out and provide expedited access.
Okay, additional questions from the public or comments? Okay, seeing none, I think we have one more question from a committee member.
Yeah, what kind of generator, are you gonna be using a gas or an electric generator?
A diesel generator.
It's a diesel generator, yes. Excuse me.
Is there any possibility, did you explore the option of non-fossil fuel generators?
So we would love to. The conversation with the FDNY about using battery packs is a quite complicated one that requires a 60-day process through tech management for a variance to use what they call crap, I'm forgetting the name of exactly what they use it, but the lithium-ion batteries or as I said, non fossil fuel batteries. So unfortunately, we didn't have the time to apply for that.
Okay, That's something that we.
If the community
I've
board
also-
wants to pressure the FDNY on that, we would gladly accept that help. The FDNY is quite an onerous process when it comes to battery packs.
Okay, we'll take that. We've got a conversation with them coming up at our next meeting in 2 weeks. So, thank you for that information, for knowing, but it would be possible for you to make it electric otherwise though, right?
If we were allowed.
Okay, additional, anyone for comments now? We are in the business session for comments about the Facebook Airstream activation in the North Plaza of Union Square Park. It's a one-day pop-up. Yeah,
Okay.
that'd be great.
So on the matrix, going through our evaluation matrix, it is a small part of the park and especially relative to Square. It's on the smaller side, so I rate that for 4. It is more seasonally appropriate. They are doing, different things, particularly just for New York, particularly for that time of year. Even though they have been doing events at other times throughout the country. So I also rate that a 4. On a Sunday, in the afternoon, it's just kind of a normal, busy time of day. It is only a few hours long, so I put that as a 5. The setup breakdown, it is a bit on the longer side, so the setup starts at, there's kind of load in at midnight and then a break overnight, and then kind of actual proper setup begins around 6 a.m. So it is a little bit of a longer setup, but it is a quick teardown, so that's a 3.
And sorry, correction, we don't need to set up the morning starting until 8 a.m., which is great. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
But there is a decent amount of equipment, stuff that needs to be set up. It is product promotion, but they aren't selling anything. So I rank that as a 2.
Was there?
2. I mean, wait, we argue about this or just let it go?
Well, okay, we'll run through the matrix and then I'll come to you for.
That's his opinion.
It's his
Okay.
opinion.
Continue with the matrix. We will take comments after.
On the signage, I would put this as like a 2. I mean, there is gonna be a lot of like stanchions and just kind of visible presence throughout the park in an area that's normally empty if they were not there. So it is kind of there. It does, I kind of balance this, I think, between the like interfering with regular use or allowing for encouraging use. That part of the space is just open and nothing's really happening, and so it is providing an opportunity for people to do something in that space. But it's not being used if someone did want to have some other event or a protest or gathering or something else, it is going to be taken up that space. So I put that as a 3. They are removing all the trash equipment off site. So it's not even like they're putting it on site. The trash bins are like just taking it off site entirely and putting everything back. So I put that as a 2. On the uniqueness, again, I think it does bring some uniqueness to New York, to using New York vendors and kind of stars. So there's kind of some of that value. I put that as a 4. It is a kind of national company project, series of events, but it is a little bit local. So I put that as a 2 on our matrix. On a noise, it's not amplified. They're just using a Bluetooth speaker. So that's a 5. Public benefit. I kind of put it in the middle of a 3 because there's kind of some crafty elements to it. It is primarily commercial, but there's kind of more, people are leaving with something and taking it away. So I put that as a 3. And then on appropriateness or on the experience, it does seem like something that could be appropriate year after year. I don't think there are there were no discussions of plans to do that. But because it's a one-time thing, I put 5.
Okay. Thank you for running us through that. Christopher, I believe you had a comment
No, I
about.
was just worried about how the matrix was going. I didn't like.
So the average at 3.3.
Were you upset?
I mean, that's-
But were you upset? Which part of the matrix did you have a concern about? If that is something that needs to be discussed further and be noted in the resolution and our whereas this would be the time to speak.
Okay, I mean, if we're just worried about matrix things, I guess. I would say that neither the commercialization or merchandising deserve anything but a 1. And I don't think there's really any argument for anything other than that. It's strictly the billboard. I mean, again, like this gets into weird, like nitpicky.
Is there something that you would
So
like?
that public
there-
benefit or amenity is also a 1. I don't see how how advertising and cheap advertising at that counts as a public benefit. It's just, it's
deal.
it's a good-
If I may
Oh.
speak,
It's all right, we're in the business session, only members of the public, only members of the committee are allowed to speak.
Not only that, we know
My
from their
apologies.
own, we know from their own estimations that the pittance that they're throwing to us has got to be a rather small amount in comparison to hiring 6 security guards and 2 incredibly famous influencers. You know, they've got a high budget for those things, but not when it comes to, you know, whatever the is going toward the public, which again, I think is tiny by comparison. $30,000 is not very much money. So I do, again, if that's where the public benefit part goes, I think the price is way too low. So I don't know. The only things that we asked to be changed to a 1 from that are public benefits, commercializing, and signage. Ronald left the room anyway. He was running the numbers.
Oh my God, that's similar. What are we
It's
changing?
not,
No, you're not. Oh, you
okay,
didn't.
again,
Yeah.
our matrix, just to remind folks, our matrix, guys, here. Our matrix is used as a conversation piece to drive conversation and narrative around
Right, there's no-
the types of things that we would like to change or ask for modifications to, or general values of the use of public space. So is there anything that you would like to have included in a whereas or a stipulation or a change to this?
Just, well, this question's to me.
That, yes, because you're, yes. Is
Would
there
you like me
something-
to mention what the
It-
number
it-
2s are?
Guys,
The 2s are?
wait to be acknowledged by the chair. Is there something you would like to change or ask to be changed in this activation? Or are you making the recommendation that the entire activation be denied?
Yeah, I mean, sure, the thing that I would like to change more than anything is the amount of money that we're getting. Multiply it by a factor of 10. And aside from that, I mean, if we're gonna prostitute ourselves, that's the way it is. It's gotta be it's gotta be much higher than it is, and I do think that nothing would be better than what we're being offered. We should not support this.
Okay. I do want to note that the money in this type of structure goes to the city at large. It doesn't actually stay with the Parks Department. It's also set in the fee structure that you can find on the Parks Department website for different sections, and different plazas all have different amounts of money and their regular permitting, and it's a standard permitting process based on footprint and duration. And then there's a bunch of other permits that also require money. So it's not as much of a negotiation, unlike the other spaces that operate with sole source agreements where there is a negotiation, so the pricing is different, just so we're all operating from the same set of information here on how much money the city's able to ask of certain things. But it sounds like that's a little bit up in the air as far as how much what they will be charged. Gail, did you have something you wanted to comment?
I just had a question. I'm sorry to step out for a sec. How famous are these influencers, and is it like a like, is that a joke? Cause I might have missed it. Are we gonna have like?
Wes Wilson? Can't hear you.
I don't,
Are there any concerns, I guess, about like crowd?
about security inside, which we've had issues in this park
Exactly.
previously
Well,
about a very large crowd emerging. It sounds like they have that plan forward with the security, and the stanchions. John, do you have anything additional you want to say about that?
No, I had a different comment.
Okay, but we can ask, I think the security, does anyone else have other security concerns? Okay, John, different comment.
Very quickly, relative, I mean, just going back to the cost comment, relative to the price of the concessions agreement, which the minimum was 150,000 for a full year in the first year. This is 1/5 of that for,
Plus 6% of revenues over a certain amount of money.
well,
Can't
but
hear you, can't hear you.
Plus 6% for the concession agreement that we saw earlier for Union Square, the Pavilion Restaurant. It's 100.
the minimum
The
amount.
minimum amount that we're guaranteed is like 100,000, 150. And then after a certain threshold of revenue, then there's a revenue sharing agreement where 6% of this additional revenue then goes into it. It's anticipated it will be more than just that, but that is what is being offered and what is for us. So
My
the
point-
$30,000 relative to that is more money.
Yeah.
It is more for a 1 day, somewhat minimal setup.
Yeah.
Catherine.
I just wanted to add some balance to this, to to our discussion to remind folks that while this doesn't directly affect, is not directly going into parks, it helps parks. And parks don't have, they have a minuscule part of the budget. And what we are seeing is years and years of effort by, you know, in this case, the park in particular, but all the parks in CB5, they use corporate partnerships for sponsorships, and they're one-offs. They don't disrupt the park so much. They don't turn the park into something other than what the park already is. And it is a way in which they have the opportunity, and the city has the opportunity to benefit. There's no place else in the world where, well, I won't speak for the rest of the world. I will say that unique, unique to New York City are businesses that conduct themselves and want to be able to participate. And they have a language and we have a language. And it's not a ripoff. It is a contribution to the park without a lot of disruption, in a spirit of generosity in some ways.
Okay. Additional comments? Charlie.
Yeah, so I think I would just reject any comparison with the previous agenda item about the restaurant in terms of pricing here. You know, a restaurant is a small business and Facebook is one of the largest tech companies in the world. So I think, you know, the question is they're asking to use public space in exchange for advertising their platform. And do we think that the amount that has been quoted that they would be contributing to the city of New York is sufficient? And I would agree with Christopher that I don't think it is.
Okay. I don't know that we trying to go towards action here. Is there something that you would like to see in the resolution? Or are you saying the whole resolution because we don't have a lot of control over the amount of money? Are you saying that you would like the resolution to be one way or another? Or are you asking for it to be, sorry, Catherine, I'm asking Charlie a question, a follow-up question. What?
I mean, as it stands right now, I would probably vote to deny the application or vote against a resolution approving the application.
Is there a modification or some type of language that you would see that would be able to move you towards consensus?
I mean, I think if it's within our purview to ask for a significant increase in the fee that the city of New York would be getting from a major tech company for this kind of advertisement, I'd be amenable to that.
I think it might be possible to ask for a donation to the partnership. Even though it's separate. I mean, it is a nonprofit, they can do that, but I don't really think it's within our remit. I think that that's where, if it's a sole source agreement, that's where the negotiation happens. But mostly it's just a fee structure, and we can say we would like to see community benefit, but I think that's really kind of it. Myrna?
I completely agree with you guys. I think that this is far too little money. I mean, the businesses that are the other parks in the city that are privately run would do a much better job extracting more value from such installations. I completely agree, but just keep in mind that, you know, I mean, if you're saying no to this, are we saying no to every installation that goes into the park that is an activation for a large corporation? So we kind of have to be consistent going forward, which if we decide to deny all of them, I completely understand. I probably will vote along with that.
Or is it, I just have a question too to follow up on whether or not it's more because it's a larger like publicly traded company versus something that's local and smaller, which would be a little bit more favorable on our own matrix and our own policies. But if we're getting into it, I do want to get a little bit of a check on where we are with consensus building here too, and how folks are feeling on anything, maybe from someone we haven't heard yet. Athena?
My personal opinion is on the spectrum of evil corporations. Meta is on the more evil side in terms of destroying communities. And that is directly opposed to the values that we support at Union Square. So I would be voting against an approval of the resolution or for the resolution to reject this activation.
Okay, there's nothing that you would put in that would approve?
She just doesn't like Meta.
I simply think of all the tech companies that would be willing to spend more than $30,000 on a day of activation on one of the most iconic squares in the world and donate or support New York City parks. Meta would not be doing us a favor or really giving us a generous deal with what they proposed here.
Okay.
My hand is raised.
Okay, no, I see. I'm just trying to go to folks that we haven't maybe heard on this particular item yet as far as comments go. And so Michael Kayback, we haven't heard from you on a comment on the Facebook.
So I totally agree about the money amount and about the big company and all that, but I'm wondering, is this in our purview? Is this something that we have to look at? Yes. Dollar amounts for a thing on, I don't know.
I will say, just to add a little bit more context, we do consider in our other resolutions we have in the past when it comes to Madison Square Park, and certainly with Bryant Park, we frequently say, and it's always in our language, you know, this is in exchange. It's part of why it's come up with the data is that we want to know what the trade-off is between the use of space and sort of the people, which is the intent behind us asking for what Bryant Park does is because we want to know that, not because we're trying to have a gotcha question. But what is a little different here is that instead of saying like in exchange, a generous donation is being made to Madison Square Park and they can only do 4 of these and this helps them meet the required budget fundraising amount. This is just with the city and with the Parks Department permitting process in general. And it goes into the OMB. So that changes a little bit of the factor. I'm not personally sure whether or not a donation can then be like requested and if that's in our purview. So because again, it's not the sole source agreement, it does not exist. I believe that each item getting negotiated outside of it would be a factor. But Catherine, would you like to make another comment?
Or the other comment I would like to make to my colleagues who question the amount. I don't know if this is based on your experience, but I've been on the side of the table where you pitch these deals and you're asking for the money and it's not so easy to raise funds for parks. And so I'm not saying that it should be a free for all, but I'm also saying that there aren't tech companies running up to parks asking to provide for asking for, you know, in these situations, the park is permittable. This applicant has come forward. And I don't think we get to say to the park, I don't know that this is all germane, the conversation, but I will say that I do think we should add something that says that the applicant should be strategic with the park and find ways to sustainably support the ongoing efforts of the park, so that we're seeing something a little more aligned and not that doesn't feel so heavily leaned toward the for-profit entity and making the park feel cheap. But these funds are hard to raise. I don't know that these
Catherine,
funds are hard to raise.
This doesn't go, this does not stay with the park. This goes to OMB. This goes into the
It goes
general.
to OMB, but it benefits the park. It goes to OMB. It benefits the park and the city. And these kinds of funds are not easy to raise. There's not a stream of people around the corner. They weren't picked out of a pot of 20. And if you want to create that, say you want to create that. Say what you're going to create in place of the money that you're saying no to. And I get the moral obligation here, but I also get the business model that this is the city of New York and it's not that big of a deal.
Okay. I would really love for the committee to be able to reach consensus. I don't think I don't know that that's going to be possible, but I do want to figure out a way to pull things together. In light of that, okay, I want to hear from the applicant. Would like to, Amir, I'm going to, they have pertinent information to add, so Amir, you wanted to speak to some of the financial elements of this to give a little bit more context?
Yeah, yes, please. I'll keep it very brief. I mean, the Parks Department fees are codified. It's open to the public. It's on their website. We're happy to pay what the Parks Department is asking to pay. We are also open to donations to the Union Square partnership as well. We don't want to feel like we're users, takers, etc. I understand the feeling here, but we do want to be good partners as well. So just wanted to add that the Parks Department fees, if it's felt that it's below where it should be, Melissa would have been a great person to chat with about the fees for the Parks Department, but just wanted to share that bit just so that it's clear. Thank you for allowing me to say that.
Okay, thank you for a little bit more context there. Michelle, I see your hand raised too, so if there's something else about this that you need to say very, very briefly, because we really are in business session, but if there's any question or point that you wanted to make, I say Jamie too, I see your point there, but just to keep it very brief, because we are very behind schedule at the moment.
Yes, absolutely. Just wanted to piggyback on Amir's note that we have been in touch with Emily and Josh from Union Square Partnership and did discuss a donation. They, of course, wanted to make sure that this was approved and moving forward before we landed on a number, but that donation would absolutely happen, as well as our permit fees, of course.
Okay. Thank you. That is relevant information. And Jamie, did you have something else you wanted to say?
Yeah, so aside from the donation, which is an absolute yes, I do just want to make really clear that our intention here isn't just to throw money or whatever. That's the easy part. I've worked with this client for 3 years. I've also been in your position. I served as the vice chair for the City of Rancho Cucamonga's Public Art Department and developed the strategic plan for 10 years. So I do understand and respect the work that you guys are doing here today. I also want you to know that it isn't just about advertising. Our client on this team is actually the communications team. It's not even the marketing department. And so we are here to build community and help people understand that they can connect with the City of New York through the platform, whether that's through dating, marketplace, or Facebook groups. So the intention is to utilize small businesses. We utilize small businesses in every single touch point, New York City-based small businesses in every single touch point of the platform. So respect all of everyone's opinions. And again, just want to reiterate that the goal is to connect the city.
Okay, that is very helpful context. Thank you, Todd. I see that your hand is raised, and you have not spoken yet on this matter.
I just want to say that it historically the role of the Parks Committee has been to comment on the appropriateness of whoever the applicant is and not try to discriminate against them on the size or the type or the artistic element. It's more is what the activation doing appropriate to the park, and how is it going to impact on our people, the people in our district. So it's never a good look for us to simply discriminate against a large corporation. As far as the fee structure goes, we know from our dealings with the conservancies and the public-private partnerships that we deal with that there's a market value that's associated with any of these things, no matter how big the corporation applying, and that it's not always so easy to get anybody to rent out the space in the parks. That being said, we can put in a whereas clause where we think it may be somewhat out of proportion, and the idea that not just Facebook, but any well-heeled corporation, if they have if they feel like they want to make a contribution, that's to be welcomed. So I just urge everybody to communicate that, to think about that. It's never a good look for us to come out and say you know, they're an evil company and we're just gonna stick it to them. That's not something that our committee has traditionally done.
Okay, I think that I think that that's very helpful context. I think that we have approved national brands before as part of our matrix, but on the whole, we ran through the matrix. It scored, I think, fairly well. Myrtle, do you want to bring that number up again, just so that we can drive? Again, this is to drive consensus, which is why we have the matrix in the first place.
So the matrix scores at 3.38, which is actually pretty good.
Pretty good, all things considered, for all the types of events. Would folks be amenable?
No.
Would,
I don't appreciate this, like, constantly being ignored and having like everyone else recognize before me, because you know what I'm gonna say. But like, and also doing things that are completely out of order, like
please wait till
having us debate the applicant themselves.
please
That's
wait to be
bizarre.
recognized by,
Yes, I'll wait.
okay, so folks, we are trying to drive to consensus. We use the matrix to try to get to consensus. This has scored fairly well on the actual matrix for the most part on most items compared to other items. Is there anyone who has not spoken yet who would like to comment? Like, everyone here has spoken.
Truly.
John, since it is your application and your first application as a member of this committee, would you like to try to pull us together here?
I mean, one thing I'll note is that, like, there's a lot of ways that this event could have been done that didn't involve trying to tie it to New York, didn't involve trying to tie it to local companies.
Didn't involve what and what?
Didn't involve trying to tie it to local companies. Didn't respect the space, or the location that they were doing. And my conversation with Michelle ahead of this meeting and kind of going through this, like, there is a lot of intention and care and responsibility that they are taking with putting on this event and trying to tie it to the community and trying to be good stewards of the space that they are using. And I think that is worth consideration in this. And the other fact too is billions of people in New York still use Facebook. And even if we as individuals might not have a lot of appreciation for the product or the brand or the parent company, that does not necessarily mean that many people in our community aren't active or daily users of it and would still enjoy an experience like this where they get to interact with the brand, but also do something that's, not just pure marketing. They can, get coffee, they can create an ornament to take their families, whatever. So, I think the fee structure is not something that's really in our control. That's set by the Parks Department. I think it's worth putting in a clause where if we think that number is lower, we can recommend some sort of additional thing, but I think it is.
Or the donation to the Parks Department.
Donation to the Parks Department or something, but I think it is worth kind of considering that there was a lot more care and attention to the space and responsibility that comes with that in this specific event than could have been done otherwise.
Thank you. Again, the matrix is meant to drive us to time, use, place, manner, and trying to get to consensus here. So.
Me? Sure. There's way too much to be said about this. Number one, it's established that this is a drop in the bucket. Not only is it a drop in the bucket.
Slower, speak slower.
Not only is it a drop in the bucket, but it will not go to Union Square Park at all. There's no one asking, there's no competition for this. This is for Facebook, a low-hanging fruit, cheap advertising opportunity for the community. It is not a local thing. It is a multi-trillion-dollar corporation that should be taxed, not asked to pay a minor fee to do this. So when others ask, what else could we do? I think it's clear we could say things like, the public does not believe these giant corporations, one of them or all of them, should be getting the deal that they're getting, which is super cheap advertising in our park, which could otherwise be used for anything, picnicking, walking around, biking, skateboarding, all the things we talked about in relation to the art stuff. That park is an infinite well of community benefit, and to turn it over for cheap public advertising is shameful. That's just wrong. No matter who the company is, this price system is wrong. There's nothing wrong with us writing a denial. We can just say, we are done doing what we may have done in the past, which is rubber stamp things because it seems good. We're done dealing with it in these ways. I don't think the incoming administration will care very much about us not wanting to take a pittance from $1 trillion corporation, which again, the values of which we should discuss, that teen suicide is massively up because of their products, right? Massively up. We're talking about a company that, in addition to all the teen suicide, the horrible AI stuff that they do, the incredibly low wage moderation jobs that they do, which is like living hell, right? We are putting our public benefit to the sad and cheap use of a marketing or communications, or I really don't care what team, for a pittance. And that is morally incorrect. It is something we should not be doing. And as a public body, we can make a public statement that says, deny this. Don't come to us with applications like this. We will not continue to participate in this terrible structure that does not benefit the public. So when we talk about this matrix, which is who knows what, those numbers should at least be turned to 1. All of the ones related to public signage, experience, and commercial and merchandising, those numbers should be 1. Put that through and tell me what the new number is. It's not going to be 3.38, which sounds benign. It's going to be much lower. And there was a consensus among people in the room that those numbers should be adjusted. So we can't pretend that the matrix, as the person who was the applicant, the person who was dealing with the applicant, we cannot pretend that that number is the number. I cannot believe that other members of the committee think that that Facebook is doing this out of generosity. There's no question. It's not being done out of generosity. And it's a terrible system. And not only will I not vote for it, like I absolutely will not vote for this, like as an approval. I move now that we deny this application with all the things that have been said. And that's my motion. So that is the motion. Second, thank you. 2 seconds. We will take it to a vote.
Could you verbalize the whole thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
I move
What
that we
exactly
deny
would you
this
like?
application, considering everything that we've said on the record about the low cost of the park, the low cost of the fee, the reputation of the company and its corporate dealings, and I don't know, other things. The use of public space for cheap advertising. Yeah, inappropriate for our community.
Yes, that too.
Is there a reason why you think that it's inappropriate for Union Square specifically that we haven't, and that was part of our discussion?
Square
Can you
has,
stop whispering here and talk a little louder?
oh, louder. Union Square has historically been used as an iconic gathering stage for protests for democracy. Facebook has actively propelled misinformation during the 2016 election, never quite corrected the algorithm to propel truth. And as the book, I forget what it's called, I think The Careless People, discloses about the management of Meta and the organization and the corporate culture, it is one of those companies that have interfered, if not destroyed, democracies across the world. And that is inappropriate as a sponsor of an activity at Union Square. And
Okay, so I'm hearing the normal use of public space in Union Square as a protest space and the larger corporate element to it. What
Point
other
of order.
elements are you want in this application?
It's already on the record.
You have to enumerate. So you only want, can you please list again what the exact specifics whereas you want, so that everyone is very clear on what they're voting on specifically?
I think it's clear that we're voting on a denial.
A denial, but what you have to
Right, and
have,
it has been
you have
moved
to
and
have,
seconded.
no, you have to have,
I'm so sure I'm voting on a denial.
when you're, no, it's very clear it's a denial. What's not clear is what the whereases leading up to it are, to make sure that everyone's very clear on what those whereases are. So I'm asking you to enumerate all of them. So I hear it's because of Meta and public protest, specifically why it's not appropriate for Union Square is because of the use of public space for protest in that place. So there's some issue with protest in that space. I'm hearing what you have said. Otherwise, I'm trying to enumerate all of it. The
Okay,
cost,
yeah,
the
we're not
cost
pleased with
fee
the
structure
company and the
isn't.
brand values. The cost fee structure is inappropriate and far too low.
Which is codified by the
Especially
city.
compared to some of the other parks in the city.
The event itself is strictly merchandising. The experience. No, that's not true. There's no public benefit. And in fact, we would say a detriment to the public, but no public benefit is.
Okay, are you going to comment on anything else in the matrix that we talk about in this denial? Such as the breakdown, the setup and breakdown, the use of local vendors, the timing that it's 1 day, the duration.
Is that all required?
It's not required, but as far as being consistent and how we evaluate applications,
Sure,
the
it would
better
be fine to say
element.
like, it's good that, you know, it takes up a small part of the park. It's good that it's a short duration. It's good that it's quiet, all those things. We could say that.
It is fairly unique.
I don't want to talk about uniqueness.
Okay.
I don't think it's
There was
unique at
some
all for,
disagreement on that.
for a
Okay.
giant company to,
Really?
but
Hang on, okay, so as far as signage goes, okay, so all I have right now is a denial. Brand values, the cost, because it's codified by the city, that you want something different. The public use of protest space in Union Square, and then I have it as only merchandising. So I have those 1, 2, 3, 4 elements, and those are the
there anything
only
else that
reasons
people
for the
mentioned
denial
that-
that you want.
We could say that the city should make an effort to, in the future, give preference to small and local businesses over large multinational corporations when
I
it
don't
comes
think
to.
that that's legal.
Why is that not legal? You have minority and women-owned businesses that get preferences all the time in city contracts.
I believe that was voted down by a court ruling.
Was it?
I think so.
The city's still doing it.
So there might not have been another
Okay,
conflict
yeah.
competitor for the state.
Yeah, I think this is also, as far as the dates go, it's not like a competitive contract. It's like. It just, whoever, no one is soliciting applications for Union Square. And Paul, you can tell me a little bit, if you want to speak a little bit about how Park Step works, I think that would be.
Just comment and say,
Really
I
helpful.
believe this is in response, this is a permit application. And it's being handled by the,
What kind of application?
Permit, a special event permit. And so it's through the mayor's office with the, oh, it's not.
it's through the Parks Department Special Events
Yes,
Office.
okay.
And almost everything you see going on in parks that are not managed by the conservancies and even by some of the conservancy parks starts with a special event permit application. And Libby has served you well by explaining what the site fee was. It is codified. There is no room for negotiation on the site fee in this location because Union Square does not have a conservancy to do that negotiation. So the standard policy and site fees apply. That's where that figure probably came.
So if the number was 300,000, like somebody said, 30 times or 10 times the amount, we would say yes. It's all about money.
No, I don't think that's what that's.
$3 million. It's all about money. It is. It's all- yeah.
Okay,
Point of clarification.
okay, can we? Okay. Take a breath for a minute.
yeah, we should just vote.
I want to know exactly what it is that we're voting on, so if people have stipulations they would like to add. Or contest, the clarification right now is that it's a denial. We do have a motion, but we have to be very clear on what we're voting on, or else we don't, it doesn't work by the normals, Robert's Rules of Order, because we're a smaller group. So we've got the brand, we've got the cost, even though it's codified, and even though they're going to make an additional contribution that they've already spoken to the partnership about, which is how the money would stay with the park, for maintenance things. And then I have the protest space, which kind of goes under brand values, and then I have it is only merchandising, and then I don't have anything else that you wanted to include in the resolution or the whereas or acknowledge. Is that correct? There's no other stipulation that you have in this motion or whereas.
Talked about public health. We could actually make an analogy that if this was a tobacco activation.
No, we don't, what was there's there. Let's
Okay.
vote on a denial based on who they are and what they're paying, which is nothing.
Okay, Todd, do you have a stipulation or a comment on these stipulations?
Second,
You're on mute, Todd.
No, he need to, no, as far as what the
Yes,
stipulation.
I just want to say, I will not support.
Point of order, point of
No,
order.
you,
This is not
it should
debate.
be on a stipulation of what you would like to have enumerated in this resolution, whether or not you're voting for it. It is important that you have, that we all know exactly what we're voting on. So if there's a stipulation or a whereas or a condition that you would like to see in this, then that is
Oh,
what you are
okay, I
allowed
see
to
what
say
you're
now,
saying.
but that's
Okay,
the only thing we can talk
I
about now.
have nothing to add. I will not be voting in favor of this, so I have nothing to add.
Okay, so
We take a vote.
stipulations. Is everyone very clear that this is a denial for just those 4 reasons? Yes, clarification.
If it's denied, what happens? They do it anyways?
I think it will happen without,
What did
yeah.
you say?
At least they'll know we don't like
If
it.
it's denied, does it happen anyway?
Good.
That's what I.
It might,
Because we are just an advisory.
we're an advisory body.
Exactly.
We do try to make it clear that we use that sort of with reservation, but
Can you just make one point? If
Yeah.
we do deny it, we are setting a precedent, so we should be consistent going forward.
I think that is something that we should think about. Again, the point of the matrix and why it was created initially, if you go back to the letter that began, this literally came out of a task force that was a pretty lengthy process. And it was then updated in 2012. It involved a lot of public meetings, a lot of public comment, and work with stakeholders about what was going on and with the conservancies that were also involved, right? This is a larger conversation. This is only with the city. This is not with any of these other entities, to clarify, but it is very important that we aren't biased so that operators know what to expect when they're trying to do an event. So we want to be very clear in what message we are sending and who we are sending it to and why. So that the reasons, okay. Take it a vote.
Charlie.
This is on denial.
Okay, yes, we're voting, to be clear, we're voting on a denial, so a vote of yes is a vote to deny the application from Facebook to do this activation within Union Square.
Yes.
John Klein,
No.
Athena,
Yes.
Catherine,
No.
John Harris,
No.
Libby,
Back to me.
Mike Kibak.
No. Did you hear me?
Yeah. Gail,
No?
okay. Christopher,
Yes.
Todd,
No,
all right, I am a no. So coming back to Libby,
I'm a no.
so the motion does not pass.
So Libby, in the future, can we wait before we make a motion, and have a more general, not do it in the heat of anger or?
That is part of why I made sure to,
Had I made the motion, I would have said yes.
but
Todd would've said yes.
part of the reason why I waited was so that everyone could comment on what they wanted and how they felt about it. And that's part of why I did not go back to the member who made the motion, because I had a feeling of what direction it was going into, but without a different motion.
No, years ago.
Or that is why. So that is, but we are also at 9:15, but
Years ago, we had a presentation by the Catherine Ellington will remember this, by the volunteers who stand in front of Macy's and collect money. What do you call those people? The
Salvation Army.
Salvation Army. And yes, when I first joined, like 8 years ago, and I remember everybody voted yes, except one woman who was friends with involved with them, and she, I don't like the way they treat women. Well, I don't like the way they treat black, I don't know, something like that. And she couldn't vote yes. because of that reason. And I think that this might be the factor that influenced the people here who were really emotional. I get it. To vote, to make the resolution in that form, in the denied format.
I mean, I think that.
Point of order, can we just move on with the agenda?
Yeah.
Because like,
Yeah.
if a motion fails, it fails, we don't need to like quarterback it, that's not
No, but
appropriate.
the question is then what do we bring to?
Does anyone else
Somebody
have a
wants to
motion? Make a motion and
Yeah,
we'll vote on it.
that is what I'm trying
Todd's
to
got
move
his
us
hand
on
up.
to.
Let's go.
Can I say something? I think that what's appropriate, we've had Chris was completely in his
Todd, are you
rights.
going to make a motion? Are you
Yes,
going
I
to
make
an
a motion that we should approve it with with whereas clauses that reflect our concerns about what happened. We have these very valid concerns about the pricing and what we've discussed, and maybe we can come to a majority on that, right? I think that it's important that the issues of cost and appropriateness and other things, which I think I heard said, which is that it is within what they're asking for is within the boundaries of based on the scores of the matrix is within the boundaries
Okay,
of what we.
Todd, do you have a motion with specific things to enumerate and what you would like to see added? And do you want to list out what you would like to see in this resolution?
I think it's more appropriate for the person who did the due diligence to propose that, quite honestly.
Okay, that is what we are doing now. We are trying to get a motion.
I'd like to motion to approve.
Okay, what would
Are
you
we
like?
allowed to do this?
Yes, what would you like
We
to have,
vote
but on a different
Vote on
item?
multiple motions.
I motion to approve the event, with the acknowledgement that the current listed rate for park space is undervalued, specifically in the case of Union Square, that the type of event we prefer to see in Union Square tends to be more focused and local, and supporting New York specific brands, not necessarily national brands. And particularly recognizing the history of Union Square as a public forum and space for people to voice their ideas and freedom of speech. Given those,
Also, do you acknowledge the,
we do want to acknowledge the care that the applicant did put in to try and make some of the event local, respecting the noise and cleanliness of the space. Because of that, we approve.
and the donation, yeah, okay.
Oh, and
They're
recommended
recommended a
donation.
significant donation to the Parks Department directly and to Union Square Partnership.
Can we get a clarification? Can they do that? Can they make a donation to the Parks Department?
I do not know. I do not think so.
Okay, I mean, yes, it is the city government. You can't.
I think someone told me that is possible to the Parks Department. It just has to be done in like a weird or special manner.
That may, so.
That it's not like it's not the same as writing an automatic check to like the nonprofit because it's a city agency, but that there is some mechanism and some capacity for.
I know that person as well.
And we
Some-
could leave,
So,
leave the powers that be to figure out how the philanthropy happens, because inside of this application, it shows bias. It makes it look like, okay, they'll give a donation, but they'll get the activation. We should be focused on the germane parts that we can comment on and say what we feel about what's wrong or what needs to improve.
I think Catherine, just to the concern of bias, I don't think that it's about that. I think it speaks to, in general, we've had the concern, which is why we've wanted and requested data points from the other parks and other partnerships in our district. It's about how much per square foot and how much of the displacement for the single day.
But that's a different
And
conversation.
those are the types of questions as far as whether or not it's going to.
It is a different conversation. And so I don't want to shift away from what's germane. If something is codified and beyond our scope, we should be willing to admit that it's beyond the scope of this discussion. And that, but we can say we don't agree with what it is. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we can say what we're concerned about, but we should at least recognize what we're not enabled to change or to comment on. We can comment.
I think that is what.
Or we want to be heard in a very relevant fashion. That's all I'm saying. And I'm also saying, right, I want to add something else, but go ahead. You know, when I can add something else, let me know.
Okay, yeah, no, just to speak to that, it's more to the point of in our other resolutions, the fact that people have made a donation, it's relevant. It's also a consideration that we have in
But
most
it's
of
been
our.
a different set of conditions, Libby. It's not the same thing as a permit. The park is permittable.
All of the spaces are permittable, even if it is a conservancy. They all have to go through the permitting process, which is why they have to apply. The money just stays with the conservancy, and the agreement for what they are allowed to negotiate is different.
Understood.
And so you could still have a permit, even if Madison Square Park, if I want to have an activation, and sometimes this happens, you can still request an activation to happen there. You just have to also pay the Parks Department fee, and frequently people don't want to do that on top of what they are already doing. If you have a stipulation that you would like to add to this resolution, as John has outlined it, now would be the time to add.
I don't think it's too late to further explore ways to further more deeply localize this event more than just the coffee shops. That you could add some sense of connecting. If this is about, you know, it says something about community engagement, that would probably give some more sense of public benefit. If there's some way beyond what you've already outlaid in terms of more deep localization of the efforts here. That's all I'm saying. That was my only comment.
Okay. How do folks feel about that? Okay, does anyone oppose that? I see one. I'm gonna go with that's a yes. Okay, speak now, forever hold your peace. Ready to take it to a vote?
Yes, so just to be clear, we are voting on John Klein's proposal to approve with the whereases that he listed. All right, Charlie.
No.
All right, John Klein,
Yes.
Athena. Catherine,
Yes.
John Harris,
Yes.
Libby,
Yep.
Mike
Yes.
Kearback, Gail, Todd Shapiro,
Yes.
and I am a yes.
No, just in case you want to keep me in there.
Trying to get everyone to a consensus. I thought we could go that way. It seemed like where we could.
Okay. The motion passes. Thank you very much, Amir, Michelle, and Jamie for your time and for working in collaboration with the community to find ways to make this a little bit more localized and yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all so
Moving
much.
on to our next agenda item. And also love public service, Jamie. So love that you're on aboard.
It's important. It's I'm a kid of immigrants, so it matters. And art is really, really special to my heart. So this is my art.
Okay, great. Moving on to our next item. We've got two more items now. They're both Bryant Park Corporation. So let's lock in here, guys, and see where we land. So our first one is an application from Inkling. It's on behalf of Google for the workshop with Google Gemini. And so this is a product activation in the chalet of the Bryant Park Holiday Market. Murnall has taken this because we had a conflict of interest with the other committee member who was assigned. But Kelly, I will go to you and the applicant to lead off on some of this. I know that you know our time constraints here well, so.
Should I just start off though?
I think that they know and they can run through it and it'll be
Okay.
fast.
My event producer, Alex, has a great presentation for you all, so I'm going to let him take the lead. But I do want to let everyone know on the board, this group is making a very significant contribution to the park, and we are very, very happy to have them here.
He knows how to do it.
Cool. Hey, everybody. Glad to be on this call. Can everybody see my screen? Awesome. I'll try to breeze through this, but as Libby mentioned, this is a proposal for the workshop from Google Gemini. The workshop, what's our goal here? What are we trying to accomplish? What are we doing? Gemini, which is Google's AI product and suite of different products that they have, which will be on display in this activation, is helping guests, which this is open to the public, with local artisans that we're partnering with, navigate last-minute shopping chaos, create personal, intentional gifts for your loved ones. You just need to bring your creativity and holiday spirit. Gemini does the rest, turning your
Just a little slower.
Sure. This is going to turn your shopping stress into a moment of joy. We'll be working with local small businesses and artisans to promote their work and products, while also providing meaningful and innovative gifts and keepsakes that are inspired by the same connection, craft, and joy embodied by Bryant Park's Winter Village. This is just a general floor plan overview. I'm sure you're going to ask me to zoom in, so I'm going to do that. But you can see that we are in the chalet corner of Bryant Park. This is an area that we have thoroughly worked through to create a site plan for, which on the next slide you can see. I'll zoom back out. But we've got a plethora of Inkling staff, so my full-time professional colleagues who produce these events year-round for big, small, in-between clients all over the world. We'll have brand ambassadors there, and we'll also have Google professional staff there to provide functionality and expertise to what we're doing. I want to go back to the other slide to let you guys know what the different points of this activation are and what the experiences will be what experiences will be available to the public. There's going to be 4 activation areas. The hero experience is the gift workshop. It's a guided creative session. Guests are going to be able to personalize some of the small business gifts that we are procuring from craft goods makers in New York City. Google's AI suite of products puts a spin on them, whether it's a personalized gift tag or something else, and they can really make it stand out. Holiday photo studio, using another suite of Gemini products to create a one-of-a-kind holiday photo and card. It's like a photo moment, customization moment. The Little Treat Chalet, so the chalet, which is managed by Stout and Bryant Park, their F&B partner. We're partnering with them to have a bespoke F&B experience, just custom hot chocolate, free to the public as well. We're going to plus up the seating in that area for the public to relax and enjoy, because that is currently a place in the park where people are kind of lounging and hanging out, so we didn't want to totally override that. And then the Storybook Shop, which is an opportunity to play with Google Gemini Storybook through a guided digital experience and read some pre-made books and put a spin on your own as a takeaway. So a lot of takeaways, a lot of local artisan incorporation, people who are in New York City doing art for this, and then small businesses providing us different products, from candles to bags to shower steamers, that are all going to get a stage to showcase what they do through this activation that we're putting together. So just a couple of quick visuals of what it's going to look like when we put it all together. You see the gift studio, you see the other pieces here, the card studio, the photo moments, and everything that we're going to be having here. So this is the exterior of the gift workshop. This is the exterior of the holiday card studio, the little storybook library. And then in production logistics, again, you'll see where we're at. This gives you more reference since you guys are local, just kind of how everything is situated, where we're going to be in the park. Our general production schedule. So this is a 2-night load-in. So we'll be loading in overnight. Wednesday, 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. is phase 1. So we're doing structures, kind of have soft load-in, decor, props, tech in the mid-morning there. Same thing kind of on Wednesday night into Thursday morning. Then we're opening up to the public 11 a.m. That schedule holds 11 to 9 through Sunday. And then we load out Sunday night and we're out of there spick and span by 8 a.m. on the 22nd. In terms of photo release, photo disclaimer signage at all entrances and activation spaces and queue lines. If you don't want to be photographed or recorded, we have security, we have BA staff, we have Inkling staff of your preference. If you notify someone, We'll get you a little wristband, put it on you. You can enjoy the experience. Our content team, which is only going to be there for about maybe 8 hours on the first day, we'll know that, hey, these are people who don't want to be photographed or recorded. So something we do very regularly, not a problem to accommodate. Trash waste plan. Since we're working with the park, we're going to follow out of their protocols or guidelines or mandates, but we'll also just beef up the sanitation strategy. Trash cans and recycle bins within the footprint. Any anticipated paper waste, right? There's a lot of gift bags, tissue paper, things like that. So make sure we're getting it recycled. We are local, right? Inkling is based in Brooklyn, 101 Morgan. Stop by and see us. But if we need anything that's like offsite removed, we just have a PA put it in a van and take it away. So, and then our fabrication partner takes any of the construction space junk, as I call it. But that's our end of our presentation. I know you guys probably have some questions or clarifications you want to make. I'm happy to answer those or go back to any reference imagery. But that's all that we have.
Do you want to just put up the reference imagery of the floor plan layout of it?
Slide 12.
Oh, great. And Mernal, do you want to lead us through some of the review of this since you did the due diligence and then our matrix?
Yes. Okay. So
Again, 9:30.
before that, can we just ask about the signage or should we just?
Yeah,
leave
no,
it?
ask the questions, but just
Okay.
driving towards the questions about this, and then we can go to the public.
Yeah, a little bit of context for those that don't know this already, but there is currently a pretty large event that's ongoing in Bryant Park. It's called the Bank of America Winter Village. So this is an addition to that massive footprint event, which is the #1 moneymaker for the BPC. So this is obviously a pretty, as the presenter noted, a big moneymaker as well, but comes at an inopportune time. The couple of things, I mean, the location at the chalet, while contained, is not ideal either. It is one of those choke points within Bryant Park Corporation, so we should definitely note that. Having said that, though, they only estimate about 200 visitors per day, which might be a little bit on the lower side, just considering that the Winter Village is ongoing. So they will get, they should get visitors from there. I would like to ask about the signage situation, since that was not covered in the application where. Yeah, yes, okay. Could you talk about what the signage will look like for the event?
Yeah, absolutely. So the exterior of the buildings are going to be pretty low profile. I think the client is privy to doing these types of things at big moments in big markets. Like this is what the exterior of the gift workshop, which is the hero moment, is going to look like, barring any general photo disclaimer or directional signage. So there's no big G moment, using their language, right? Like, hey, this is Google, we're taking over, this is our space. No, they want to blend in with what's already pre-existing to offer an experience for the public that, yes, broadcasts their products, but is not there to take over Bryant Park, a long-standing establishment and winter experience, holiday experience. But like Blade signage will just have little logos here. I think there are 5 of those throughout, just a gradient G or a Gemini star. You can see some of these digital screens. These are experiences or content loops that are either inside of the structures. So you can see a couple of examples, or exterior signage, which are big 55-inch content screens that are playing product loops, advertisements, but there's no static signage elements there outside of, welcome to the gift workshop. This might be a 2x3 A-frame sign. Photo disclaimer might be on a lollipop sign, which is usually just like a 16-inch circle on a small black frame. Those are the types of things that we put in on the outside. In the queuing space, which is going to be running this way here in this little blue box, we'll have photo disclaimer signage, ADA access. I know that was a question earlier, so I have that context, but our protocol is always to just move those people to the front of the line and in. We have security and BAs at the front of the line where people enter, and then right at the choke point here to let people know that. To your point, the perimeter area, since it is kind of an access here, there's an ADA ramp here. We've got different bodies there to help people know where to go into the experience, what they can expect in terms of weight as we're timing that out. So we've definitely done our diligence on the throughput math, understand that that's a cause of concern. But as it relates to signage questions, what you're seeing here, there's not going to be anything beyond that, no large format signage, no anything incorporated at the park, nothing on the chalet. So hopefully that answers your question. But if you have like an inkling to know like, hey, what's going to go on these screens? It's just like a Google commercial essentially, right? Like this is Nano Banana, 30-second sizzle reel, and then it just plays on loop for 10 hours.
There's 5 of those screens that, the 5 signs you mentioned includes those are the big screens.
So these blade signs are the 5 that I was mentioning. These are 16-inch in diameter. They'll go on some of the exteriors of the building. And then these digital screens on the outside, it's a 55-inch content screen. They're outdoor weather rated. They'll be on the exteriors here. And then there are some on the interior, like you can see
How
here.
many of those are there? How many of those big screens are there?
There's 5 total in the footprint. 3 are on exteriors, or sorry, 2 are on exteriors, 3 are on interiors. And then these touch screens are 32-inch. These are experience screens. So you would come in and you take like a BuzzFeed style quiz to determine what special gift you're going to get. It matches up to one of the gifts. It comes out through a little polar bear arm wall. It's a surprise and delight moment. It kind of pluses up that experience. But these are just like interactive UX screens. So this isn't signage. This is actually part of the experience.
Understood. Let me see. And then you did mention that none of the ADA accessibility would not be impacted.
No, so we have the ramp here, so that's this area, and then if someone were coming from 42nd Street, kind of through the Holiday Shop area, there's another ramp here where we're queuing into, and again, we just did the Sabrina Carpenter pop-up for a different client, about maybe 3 or 4 blocks southwest of Union Square Park. Zero complaints. Our permitting partner, Aubrey Emery, is actually on this call with me as well. She runs the kind of permitting process for us with the city of New York through her company. So we're pretty thorough about that, understanding that if it's ADA or other special needs that we have security personnel who are briefed on understanding what they need, getting them to the front of the line, getting them into the experience unencumbered by any restrictions they might typically face.
Okay. Should I go with the matrix?
We're still in questions. So does anyone else have any additional questions for the applicant or for Alex on behalf of Google? Okay, seeing none, are there members of,
That you just asked.
are there any questions about this application?
Question, Ben.
Okay, yes.
Is everything out in the open? Is there any shelter other than in the individual little chalets that you have there? It's all open, right? There's no tent over there?
Yeah, so this would all be open. We're actually working through structural engineering with Clark Reeder, which is a third-party structural engineering group used from large-scale architects for skyscrapers in New York City and around the world to things like this, to help best come up with an idea for how these are draining water because of the different pitches, how they're supported by trussing, where we're putting ballasting. I know I'm getting a little bit tangential to your question, but yes, this is completely exposed, but this is weatherproof grade laminate on the outside. It's just like a light maple off the shelf, and these pitches are going to be draining water off. And we have staff prepared for any excess water buildup removal with brooms, and we could always grab leaf blowers. We've done that before, or anything that we need to make it as safe as possible, working in accordance with park noise restrictions or anything like that. Just answering the question. I hear you motioning me, but yeah, we'll take care of the space.
Great. Additional questions? Okay. Going to members of the public. Charles Nye, you are recognized. Charles, you're unmuted.
Now he's muted. Unmute him.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I was wondering how a participant of the activation who is blind or vision impaired would be able to interact and have the same experience as someone with vision, and what if anything, if there's any audio feedback or anything to assist that person. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think my answer is twofold. One, we have 3 Googlers on site. They are professional product experts. So everything that's on display is going to be within their peer review as they've helped develop it. They've helped roll it out to market at scale, and they're users of the product every day in their work and their personal life. So they're positioned in each part of the activation experience to assist with specifically what you're asking for. Whether it's a touch assist or it's a hearing assist or it's a vision assist, they can help guide guests who are in the experience that need that assistance. And then as far as Inkling is concerned, we're always happy to make any accommodations to our structural plans or builds and hear any advice or guidance to take into consideration when we're putting these things together. So I think with those efforts combined, we'll be able to accommodate making the experience as much as the same across the board for anyone that might be coming in while we're there.
Great. Thank you so much. Are there any other members of the public who would like to ask a question or have a comment? Okay, seeing none, I'm now putting us into business session. Thank you, Alex, and Aubrey for that great. Oh, I see a member of the public. It's just a little delayed. Emily, you are now recognized for comment. You're unmuted. Emily, are you able to speak? The tech should be working on our end. Okay, I'm not sure that we're gonna be able to get your comment. If you want to send a comment. Emily, are you?
You hear me now?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Basically, I was thinking this is also a promotion, a commercial promotion. However, it does reflect holiday spirit, Christmas holiday spirit. And I think a lot of times things has nothing to do with money, especially when we're dealing with public sectors. If people with money wants to donate, it should be a separate issue. That was in addition to the previous project that most of the board deny at first. But I think we really should have a demarcation about people willing to make donation out of their own yields and commercial promotion separate. That's basically what it is. Union Square has a lot of traditional niche from traditional artwork, music, and a lot of things. Commercial interest is sort of it's a new thing. People who have lots of money should
make sure,
yeah,
Emily,
yeah,
if you can have the comment be about
keep it
the
separate.
activation at Bryant Park. That's what
Yeah,
the
I
voting
think this
item now is.
This one I would, if I would be part of you, I would vote for yes, because it reflects holiday spirit, regardless of whatever money they willing to pay or not willing to pay. So it's a little different. Anyway, that's my point. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the comment. Now moving us into the business session.
The last one.
Mernal, do you wanna lead us off?
Sure, with the
Running us
matrix?
through- Yes, running us through the matrix.
Okay,
Can someone mute their? Okay, Mernal, do you wanna run us through?
yes, so footprint, I ranked it as 3. It's contained. Timing, I ranked it as 1. Same time as the Winter Village, not ideal. Duration, it's several days, so I ranked that as a 1. Setup, breakdown, 2-day load-ins, far too long, ranked it as a 2. Commercial, merchandising, product promotion, non-commercial event, this is a product promotion, so that's a 2. Signage, large and numerous signs, versus signage is absent or limited, I ranked it as a 3. Impact in residents, I ranked it as a 3. Impact on parkland infrastructure, ranked it as a 3. Uniqueness, this one was tricky, but it's a 3. Audience, it's there is a local business aspect to it, but it could go either way. I ranked it as a 3. Sound and noise, I ranked it as a 4. Public benefit amenity, I ranked it as a 2. Experience, I don't know where to go with that. This is the first time they're doing this, so I ranked it as a 3. So that brings us to an average of 2.538, primarily because of the timing.
Okay, do other committee members, I imagine, will have strong opinions on this? Where are we feeling? Again, it is a significant part of their fundraising budget.
So is the Winter Village, which is also ongoing right now.
Let me waste my breath on this all at once, and I promise I won't make any motions, but there's no chance I'm voting for any of this crap. I never want to hear the word activation again. Where I wrote something down.
Please.
Crap is not a bad word. The other guy said crap.
So fast that I can't hear.
Hey, doesn't matter. You're not gonna agree. I just like to point out that like the applicant mentioned a company that Google uses to deal with the city for their permitting process, right? So they've got a company they use to deal just with the permitting process. They've got the entire marketing team. They've got the 3 Googlers who are on site. They've got all the construction. They've got this lovely company that does all this stuff. It's an entire economy of not paying the parks what the parks deserve, right? It's great that this fits into the donation scheme of Bryant Park, but overall, this system is terrible for the city. It is terrible for the parks, and we should stop participating in the way that we do. So I will say again, this entire economy of these activations is just horrifying. We need a better process for this. If we're just gonna sit around and rubber stamp this crap, I don't want to sit through meetings listening to all these things, and then we just come out of it and say, okay, whatever, everything's outside of our control. That's great. That's what we did with bus stops and transportation. The process needs to change. Don't even bring these things to committee. Don't let us sit here for hours on end dealing with a bunch of nonsense, when ultimately whatever this consensus that we'll be driven to is rubber stamp and move on with a terrible system. That system needs to change. Should not vote for anything about this, and I don't have nothing else to say except please make it brief.
I will say that our role as a community board is generally to shape things at the edges. We do get concessions and changes and modifications to what is planned. And a lot of that happens in the due diligence ahead of time, especially when we're looking at activations, whether that's a location, which this committee has seen even as recently as the September activation that happened at Bryant Park. And we saw it over the summer and asked for the signage to be slightly different or to have wider lanes of margins to get around. So it's about like time, use, manner, to have the impact on the public and the public use of space be different. So I do just want to keep people in mind that as part of why we're seeing things. The larger conversation is definitely something that we can start to get into, but not at this present moment. But just as a reminder for everyone, the reason why we're seeing this is because of the changes around those types of elements of time, place, manner, and impact on the public that we are able to shape. So some may disagree. There have the historical pieces of that we can get into, but there is a longer history of some effectiveness that other members from that time period can also speak to. Anyone else from the committee comments on this application? Do I have a motion then, one way or the other?
Motion to approve.
Okay, what would you like to have in it?
I would like to have in it motion to approve, period.
With no whereas clause? With no description of the.
Motion to approve the activation of this little chalet in the corner of the place where they're gonna have it.
Okay,
Who did the due diligence?
What?
Who was writing the
If
receipt?
it's gonna be more involved.
Then what will be trusted?
Okay.
I'm not voting for that.
You're not voting to write your own resolution, just write the term.
Okay, guys,
It's almost 10 o'clock.
yeah, I know,
You said motion to approve, second, anyway. It has been motioned and seconded.
But you know, if you second it, you gotta vote for it.
We do have to have a vote, no, I don't.
Okay. I guess. So we're voting on a motion to approve with, without Greenwich County?
I think they're gonna be, I think we have to,
Based on the
we
matrix,
have to describe the thing.
Yeah, okay. All
based
right.
on the
Yeah,
matrix, is
yeah,
that fair?
based on the matrix.
Yeah, based on the matrix, based on the numbers.
And then
Yes.
what you said about the
And then-
And then
concerns
you
of,
put matrix.
yes.
at the same time as Winter Village is already happening.
Yes,
Wait,
okay.
stage of it.
Charlie,
No.
no. John Klein,
Yes.
yes. Athena,
Yes.
yes.
It's okay.
Catherine,
Yes.
yes. John Harris,
Yes.
yes. Libby Hutton.
Oh.
Mike Kabak,
Yes.
yes. Gail. Yes. Christopher.
No.
Is a no. And,
And it's all that thing.
I don't know,
I have an agenda.
it's the last name. Todd Shapiro,
Yes.
yes. I am a yes. Moving on. Motion passes.
Motion passes, what, 11-2, 18 to?
Doesn't matter. It passes. Two people voted against it.
No, it does matter because, when
Yes,
things are taken up.
The
Never-
crosstalk, we'll talk about that at exec. I always report out what it is, but yes,
So can you just say the
formally,
numbers?
it is two.
Two against and, what do we have? 9-7-4.
9-7-4. And then scores that 9-7. Oh, 4.
Four. For the motion. Keep up.
In favor. Okay,
7-4-2.
Aubrey, Alex, thank you so much. Alex, thank you for that very thoughtful presentation. And the invitation to come visit you at 101 Morgan. Really appreciate you. And appreciate the donation your client is making to Bryant Park Corporation. Okay, Kelly,
Market
next,
donation.
okay, next,
Next and last,
next and last.
yeah.
My event producer, Max, will be
I'm
presenting.
not, I've lost a wager on how long this meeting would take, so I apologize for the giddiness of this committee. But we, next up, Catherine Ellington is our lead committee member. It is for an application from Salt XC USA on behalf of Stella Artois. It's a company that is representing Stella Artois for a holiday marketing activation in the Loge Bar of the Bryant Park Holiday Market, December 13th. Catherine, you did the due diligence on this, and you can give us the top lines, or we can let the applicant dive in. I will leave it to you to guide us there.
Well, Max, thanks for hanging in there. We're the last but not the least. And so, again, this is another Bryant Park activation during the holiday market. It's a one-day activation. The actual hours are from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. I'm going to let the applicant present, and then we can talk about whatever we need to talk about, but glad to have you here. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I will quickly go through this presentation because I'm sure everyone's very tired. Okay, so my name is Max Weisinger. I'm presenting on behalf of Stella Artois. I work for Salt XC, which is Stella's experiential marketing agency. So this is our activation inside of the Lodge Bar. We will be activating on Saturday, December 13th from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. It's a one-day activation. The premise of our activation is that we know that last-minute gift giving can be stressful during the holidays. So we wanted to create an opportunity for people to get a last-minute thoughtful gift for their loved ones. This is a quick look at our render of our small booth. It's a 10 by 10 activation in the corner of the Lodge Bar. This is just a quick look at our rendering. We are be essentially doing chalice engraving. So the Stella chalice is the glass that Stella Draft is poured in. And we have these lovely machines that you see here on the counter that do custom engraving on chalices. So you can write number one dad, you can write whatever you want on it, and it's a nice, thoughtful gift to give for the holidays. So just to walk you through our customer journey, basically, guests will line up, scan a QR code for age verification, put in some basic information. They will be handed a letter by a brand ambassador to write the name that they want on their chalice. They'll also provide a phone number to be texted back when their chalice is ready. Another nice thing that we're doing is we're partnering with a local cookie vendor to provide a cookie after the guests submit their name so they can enjoy while they wait. Also, we will have some drink tickets to redeem at the bar that's next to the activation. Then guests, when their chalice is ready to be picked up, will receive a text notification to come pick it up, and a brand ambassador will hand it over to them. These will be placed in a nice custom holiday box, and then placed inside a gift bag for guests to be able to easily carry around. And that's basically our consumer journey. Here's our floor plan. So we'll be to the right of this bar in the lodge bar. Guests will line up here. This will be the queue. There'll be a high top table where they can write the name that they want. And then there'll be a small envelope type mailbox that they can drop it into. And then the engravers inside will engrave the name. This is just a breakdown of some of the signage that we'll have. So this is the QR code that they'll scan to enter the queue. This is where those will be. And then same thing for our film notice. This is just the other signage that we'll have placed next to the booth for legal compliance. And then just our high level production schedule will be loading in when the park is closed. So there'll be no issues there. And then we'll be open from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. And then up until once the bar closes, we'll do our loadout and cleanup. And then just a quick overview of our cleanup plan. While we're setting up, we're gonna have about 4 people on site. All of the refuse or garbage that's generated during setup, will be loaded back onto the truck where everything was brought and disposed of off-site. So we won't be using, any of the on-site dumpsters or any of that or taking up any space there. During the activation, we're gonna have 5 brand ambassadors and then 2 people from my team there, making sure that everything is tidy and that we're keeping the bar in good condition. And then for loadout, same thing. Everything will be well contained and disposed of off-site. Thank you so much. If anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you as we hit hour 4 here. Catherine, I will let you lead us off with questions for the applicant.
So I did ask you a few questions earlier about the packaging, which is not in the slides, but if you just, people are walking away with glass. So just talk about, will it be in a box, a bag?
Yeah, absolutely. I have here I wasn't sure how necessary it was to show it, but I have here just to show you an example. This is our custom box that we'll have. It's like basically a small cardboard box that the chalice is placed in so that it's tidy, so it's not moving around in the bag, and then it's placed in a branded bag like this. But it'll also have like some tissue paper, branded tissue paper around it to keep it from breaking while being carried.
Okay. And then if a participant wants to join this effort and they don't have a phone or know how to use a QR code or not with technology, how does that work?
Yeah, so we'll also have security as well as putting in your age verification on the QR code. We'll have security checking IDs. So if they prefer to just have their ID checked, they can do that as well.
You have to be an adult to participate.
Yes.
And you're passing out, I think it missed me, you're passing out coupons for what kind of drinks?
So we're gonna do essentially we're partnering with Stout, which is the beverage sponsor in the bar to do a small bar tab as part of like a surprise and delight where a few people every hour will be given a ticket, which is I can show you a photo here. This is just an example for now, but it will have more discrepancies as to where it can be redeemed. But basically, a ticket to redeem a free Stella Artois on draft.
And this is randomly done.
Yeah, it'll be a few every hour. We're still working through how many we can hand out with the budget that we have, like with the bar tab that we have allocated. So it'll be about 50 throughout the activation.
And how many engraved glasses do you intend to do? Like how many you think you'll do in total?
Yeah, I mean we're really estimating just depending on the demand, but we are ordering about 480 glasses,
Okay.
chalices.
All right. Thank you for the presentation. Libby, I'll turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you so much for your due diligence on this, Catherine. And thank you for all of those images and being so thorough and thoughtful about the presentation. Does anyone else on the committee have any questions?
You can close out the presentation.
Okay.
Okay. Seeing no questions, I will now move to members of the public.
I do have a question.
Okay, Michael Kavak, what is your question?
Is this all indoors?
Is this indoors? Is the question that we have.
Yes, this is all inside of the lodge bar.
Upstairs?
No, it's on the first floor inside of the lodge bar. It's to the right of that. I think they call it. I forgot what bar it is,
Michael,
Kelly.
you're thinking of where the rink pavilion is. That's 2 floors. The lodge is just 1 level. It's on ground level.
Okay, great. Any additional questions from the committee members? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to members of the public. Charles Nye, you are recognized.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. I was wondering, I just wanted to confirm if the chalices is free or if there's a price for that. Also, what the character limit is for a message, or if it's just really basically a name and very short. I was just wondering if it's going to be very crowded with the line, is there any accommodations for people with disabilities, and the timing of the event again? I missed that, and I believe it's on December 13th. Is that correct?
Yeah. So yes, it's on December 13th from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. Sorry, I'm forgetting your first question. Oh, if they're free. Yes, they're gonna be given out. It's complimentary, so nothing's being sold at the activation. For people with disabilities, everything is we have space on the other side of the queue for anyone that has any specific accessibility needs or anything like that. We'll have lots of staff, 5 staff members on site, as well as myself, who can accommodate anyone that has any special needs.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public who would like to make a comment? Okay, seeing none, I will now move us into a business session.
You want me to run through the matrix?
Oh,
Christopher.
wait, no, she
Oh,
was.
okay.
That's the
Run through
I defer.
Okay, Catherine, would you like to run through the matrix?
I would.
Great.
Just give me a moment. Well, so the activation is, again, in summary, inside. So this is during Bryant Park Village, but this is inside the lodge bar. This is not like one of the kiosks. This is inside. So in terms of the footprint, it is 100 square feet. I think it's a very small part of the actual space. So it comes out to be about a 4. In terms of visual aesthetic, it is, it's a commercialized event. But the booth is visually harmonious and contextual. There is some signage, but it's not overdone. So it comes out around a 2. It's
What?
It's the wrong order.
Yeah, I'm not
I
sure.
don't
which
have the
matrix.
same matrix you all have. I realized I did this and when I
Maybe
was
an older
listening to Imral. So
The
I'll just,
2007
It's the one that's on the
I'm
website.
showing my
green.
experience, right?
Oh,
Just give me a half a second. If there are other comments, just give me a half a second.
Would it help if I called out the category?
Okay, Catherine, Myrtle, to save us some time, Myrtle's just gonna call out the category and then you can give it the rating. How about that?
Okay.
How about that? Okay.
Great, team.
Timing.
Yeah, the timing is fine because it's the best time that could possibly be while the rest of the village is happening, it's happening. So it comes out to be about a 4.
Okay, duration.
It's a 1-day event. That makes it also about a 3 or 4.
I think it's fine.
It
The
is,
3 or 4.
yeah.
She's doing it.
She went through with 3.5.
Okay.
Setup, breakdown time.
It's appropriate. It's a 4.
Commercial merchandising.
It's absolutely commercial merchandising. That way it goes down to 2.
Signage.
It's not overly done. It's a 3.
Impact on residents.
It's not for residents. It's a village event. So that in terms of they could participate or not participate, so it would be a 2.
Impact on parkland infrastructure.
It's negligible. It's 3. It's because they're not building anything in addition to the village.
Uniqueness.
It gets a 4.
Audience, national or local interest.
Yeah, it's the tourist event of the year, part of the whole village concept. So it would be, it's not a local event. It attracts, it attracts the full range of the public. So it'd be like a 4,
It would be a 2, you mean?
a 3. Okay.
now it's negotiable.
I'm just making
Okay,
sure.
guys,
Okay.
I heard 4.
I know, I'm confused because national, if it's national, then.
Straight lines, not the curve.
Yeah,
Sound, noise,
negligible. 4.
public benefit amenity. Not include prime for corporation benefit amenity.
1.
1. Experience. Has outgrown the venue, generates complaints, or is appropriate year after year?
So they have experience with being in Bryant Park Village, and there's no specific complaints related to them. So it would be 3.
All right, so that puts us at an average of 3.11. Squeaker.
Okay, additional comments from the committee. Catherine, do you have a recommendation on this application?
This applicant is a part of the Bryant Park Village concept, the holiday activation. It's another aspect, and it should be approved.
Okay, what are the opinions of other committee members about this application? Any concerns? Christopher?
Well, I don't want to vote no without saying my piece. So I do enjoy my Catholic upbringing. It prepared me for the ritualistic nature of these things, where pretty much everything is almost exactly the same. We wait for the exact boilerplate comments about disability access. We're always willing to accommodate. We hear the words surprise and delight over and over again. And the concept that this is unique is just galling to me. Like every single one of these is like some shack with customizable crap inside that they're going to give to people. So
Language.
I don't know why we do anything here but disapprove them. But again, much like my Catholic upbringing, we go through we should only disapprove them. We go through all the ritual. I hate it all, and it just passes by. So again, I think there's nothing unique about this. And there's nothing better than bringing to the heaving masses of that horrible winter village free alcohol and glass. I just can't wait to see what the consequences of that will be. But my name won't be on it. No.
You should put a pool in there.
Are there additional comments from
Ice
the
skating rink
committee?
will be.
Are there any additional comments about the alcohol being served? Any comments about the glass or the packaging, or that it's going to be packaged and not out? The gift nature. Okay. Anybody have any additional opinions of any type?
I do have concerns about free liquor giveaway in glasses, chalices, whatever
But
you might call
just to-
them.
Okay, just wait to be acknowledged by the chair. Murnell, do you want to finish your thought? Is there anything you would like to do about that?
I mean, not have free liquor giveaway. I think that's a bad idea in a crowded space like that. It's last time we had the place nearly burned down, and now we're gonna give out free alcohol. I mean, yeah, why not? Make it a whole party. It's like it's inappropriate.
It has
It's
nothing.
a public park. You should not be giving away free liquor.
Can I just clarify what he's saying? Because I don't want misinformation. I just want to
Okay,
clarify.
yeah, but just wait to be acknowledged by the chair.
I would like to, if I'm wrong. I
Okay,
would like
yes,
to be.
okay, Catherine,
yeah.
please clarify the application and the amount of the giveaway.
So the
thing.
clarification here is that you receive a coupon. They're not pouring beer in glasses. They're only engraving glasses and packaging them. And that particular space also, you can buy alcohol, if I'm not mistaken, in the lodge itself. So it is an adult space. There is security. They're not giving one person 10 drinks randomly. They're giving out coupons to a local bar that is also a sponsor of the event. So it's not, it may not be your cup of whatever, but you don't have to participate if you don't want to. It is there for the public to participate or not participate, is my only other comment. I'm sorry, Libby. I just wanted to clarify that it's a coupon. It's not a drink.
I will say that when this has come up in the past with alcohol, sometimes the committee asks, sometimes it's controversial of if there is a coupon or a giveaway of a different non-alcoholic type of beverage. So that is something else that has also happened in the past or been asked for. But Christopher,
Sorry, just to clarify though, where do the coupons get redeemed?
inside of the same location that
Within
they
the-
already,
so it
it's all contained within its
That
own
doesn't really
little.
keep you outside of the idea that they're not handing out free alcohol. They're handing out the coupon. The person will immediately redeem it for free alcohol. So like, it's not like that doesn't
But
change
within a bar, within a contained area.
within a bar that's in the village, the winter village.
True.
Yeah. And then they're free to buy more alcohol if they look.
Michael Kback.
I would like to make a motion,
Okay,
being that it's a quarter after 10.
okay,
I would like the motion to approve this application without saying anything else. Prove it as it is.
okay,
Do I hear a
approving,
second?
but approving what language would go in it?
I approve. We approve the application to have a Stella Artois promotional event with giveaways of neatly
Engraved chalices and
et cetera. Thanks, Captain.
as it is stated and as reviewed in the matrix.
Yes, that's it.
Okay.
I don't hear a second.
Good.
No.
I was gonna ask a question, but.
No, just take the vote. Just take it.
All right, taking it to a vote. Charlie,
Yes.
John Fine,
Yes.
Athena. Catherine,
Yes.
John Harris,
Yes.
Libby,
Yeah.
Mike Kibak,
Yes.
Gail. Christopher.
Nope.
Todd Shapiro,
Yes.
and I am a yes. Motion passes, one against, 8-4.
Okay, thank you, Kelly, so much for coming, and Max, for presenting. Really appreciate you hanging in this long. We haven't had something this long since, I think, last winter at this time. No, this long is reserved for holiday seasons when we have an absolutely packed agenda, which is apparently controversial. So, is there any new business?
Yes.
I don't know if
Thank you, guys.
specifically about parks that we should know about.
I do have some very, very short.
Okay, amazing. Thank you so much for.
And
All
actually.
right.
no,
Thank you for the
very-
time. Bye.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Max.
Thanks, Max.
Very informative for me, 'cause I've been doing this for 20 years. It's like, I don't think I've ever had a meeting that's been quite so animated, but that's actually very, very good. You should actually appreciate that. I also want to say that you should appreciate the fact that some of what you do may seem repetitive, but we need to have people who are thoughtful to consider every single one of these events, whether they happen or not. Someone who cares needs to think about them and vote. So don't feel frustrated. Okay, great. Now, having said that, also, which I haven't reviewed this with my boss, but I
Speak up.
you need to hear this stuff. So this is good. I think it might be helpful somewhere in the future when there's no stress about an event coming up or a session going on, that you have a visit from somebody from special events, talk about the permitting process, or somebody from revenue, talk about how it works. Because nothing, may not like some of the applicants, but nothing that they have done controversial. That's the way this works. Now, personally, I also want to say something else. This is my understanding of how things operate. Activations do not fund the city, but people who want to do an activation on public property have to pay a fee. And that's what was going on. That's what was on a contention for some folks, but that's what was going on. See, that's what.
But that's what we're going.
That's what was going on this evening on contention. But it's not that the city wants to rent out its property. If somebody from the outside wants to have their own private event open to the public or not, they have to pay a fee. And it's really very, very fair because if Mrs. Jones is having a birthday party, she pays the application fee, but her party is basically free. So just, okay. So what did I tell you? So actually, this meeting actually took me by surprise. So I don't have my full safety report.
See you in 2 weeks though, so.
That's true. I'll have time to get a new one. But what I will tell you is something very interesting that I noticed in the month of October. There was a big uptick in syringes in CB5. I mean, the whopping number was 9. But
Doubling.
yes,
Yeah.
it's
For us.
even more than even triple, I would say.
Yeah.
So that was October, but for November, it was actually 0. Now, that's kind of consistent also with what I saw in Community Board 4. There was an increase in the number of syringes and also the parks that actually had them. I had places that didn't really normally get them, but they showed up. So something was happening in the city in October. I don't know what it was, whether it was the, concerns about, elections coming up or whether it was, had not said that summer was over, but something was happening in October and it showed up in more than just one type of traffic. So that's the information that I have about that for safety. I'll have a more full report and more information when I see you again in a couple of weeks. I've been asked to let you know that Parks is hiring PEP officers. I did.
What kind of officers?
Park Enforcement Patrol officers. I did email to Marissa the PDF, of this document to be distributed to everybody in the partners in the sector.
I need one of those.
That's information you want to share. We're also hiring lifeguards. That information is yet to come. You always need lifeguards for the coming season. It's December. that's coming up and we hope, getting them to come in. So
What age are lifeguards?
I can't tell you the truth. I can't tell you what the age would be because it's a wide range. We have some people who are almost as old as me who are lifeguards and some that are also very, very young, perhaps in their late teens. So I really don't know what the age limit is, but there'll be more to come on that. When I come back in 2 weeks, I'll know the answer. Okay. And then finally, we know that Christmas is coming, so that means that Mulch Fest is not too far behind. The date is to be announced. I imagine it might be January 3rd or 4th. Could be the week after. I don't know. I don't have that yet, so there's more information to come on that. And let's see. And that's my report.
Thank
If you have
you
any
so
questions,
much,
I'm very
Paul.
happy to answer.
Does anyone have a question for Paul?
Could you get us an answer on if there was a mechanism to make a donation?
Yes, an answer on that.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Let me just tell you what I understand from film shoots that I approve. Because a lot of them work with the mayor's office and the information comes to me and I basically approve them all. And they all talk to me. There is a woman at the Arsenal, whom I copy on all of the letters of permission that I give. And my understanding is that she negotiates those donations from the film crews.
Okay.
Now, that's all I'm gonna, I don't know what she
Not-
does, I don't know what the policy is.
My understanding is that money from the film crews stays with the Parks Department in Manhattan specifically. That was my understanding from my conversations with the Parks Department.
So the short answer is, I'm sure there is a mechanism. It may in fact be off the beaten path. I will investigate that question.
Thank you.
Great.
Libby, can I say something?
It's question for Paul from Parks.
I just want to say that in my years on parks, there have been many, many donations of all type and manner, to the city and to parks. So it's definitely something that has been done. That's it.
Okay. Great. Anything else?
New biz?
Jonathan?
I'll just be very quick. What I would like us as a community board committee to consider some of these like bigger discussions about public space absent of a specific application. I feel bad as someone who had a call with an applicant tonight and did not prepare them well for the conversation. My personal opinions aside, I want to make sure that applicants who are coming before us are well prepared for the conversation and can speak to that. And I don't think I did a good job of that. And that was because I didn't know what our, collective opinions were about that. So I'd like us to have that conversation about that going forward. Another point to consider is if we do take a stance that is not in line with the Parks Department, it very quickly can lead to a poor reputation for us, where if we keep constantly suggesting to deny applications and the Parks Department keeps approving them, then our voice isn't really getting listened to. So I'm just putting that as food for thought, but I would like to have a bigger conversation outside of a specific application on an upcoming agenda.
I think that is helpful. I think that it's been recommended that there be a task force of sorts or a subcommittee to engage in some of these concerns in a ongoing manner. So, and certainly getting more public comments. So we can definitely stay tuned and offline more about that, because I feel similarly, which is why we'd love to do check-in calls ahead of events.
I want to say how weird that is, just like that kind of like idea of like having these forces or like pre-decided matrices that were written in 2007. It's odd because like, having come to the board a couple of years ago where a lot of things were just like completely predetermined and it's just like, we're gonna like these matrices are a pure example of like, this is what our discussion is going to be. And it's going to be these things. And the way that discussion even plays out is very bizarre because someone just assigns random numbers to this stuff. And like your 2 is not Catherine's 2, is not his 2. And then we're all like, oh, the number is 3.2. Like that doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. It's just a manner of like controlling
Well, that's part of
debate.
I will say that's part of why it's not a hard number. Again, it says on the matrix that it's used to talk about different points, so we're consistent about the points across applications. so applicants know.
More guide.
Sure,
to
sure,
the
sure.
But I think
Sure.
this is a
But-
great thing.
How those things are limited and like what those things are does need to be revisited almost all the time, but then the danger, the thing that I don't want to do is set a set of precedents that are like the precedents that have already come to us, which are like, so that for someone who comes in my position in 5 or 10 years, says, oh yeah, all these things have been decided already. Like this sort of thing needs to be like redone probably on a every other year basis, like pretty much every time the
Every 2
board
years, I
renews
think that's
itself.
fine.
We don't even come close to doing that. Like we've accepted too many things on precedent, which is kind of bullshit. We're not the Supreme Court. We're a set of people from the neighborhood. It's very different than that. Sorry, Paul's.
May I just make one comment also,
Yes,
what you
yeah.
said about your matrix? So I, in my past career, I was also assessment coordinator for the Board of Education. And so people didn't believe it, but yes, the teachers actually do grade the regions. They do care about these exams. And one of the things that they do is they have a training for the decision. So some questions are easy, they're right or they're wrong. Some of them you have to decide. And so they would have training sessions where the chairman of the department or whoever was leading the scoring of these exams would say, if the student says XYZ, however badly it's written or whatever, you have to grade them as correct. Or if they don't say whatever, you have to grade them as wrong. So maybe that would be helpful to you in dealing with your matrix, that you all want to go through it and you want to agree as to what the scoring would be. And that way, when somebody is assigned to review an
Yeah.
event, you know that it's going to be somewhat consistent. And by the way, I think that I've never seen this before in any other community board. And I think it's really a very, very great way to keep people engaged in the events that are going on. So to have one person look at them and talk about them and
Yeah.
that's really very, very. So I just want to.
Thank you. I definitely appreciate that. I do think that building out more of the detail on what we mean with each thing might be a way to be a little bit more consistent. Hey, we're not adjourned yet. Is there any additional comments and new business? Michael K. back.
New bin. You're missing my tour. So I have a tour tomorrow in the rain. Of the Garment District, Beats by the Button at 11 o'clock. And a tour on Sunday of the Flatiron District. Now, Flatiron District, you really should come. I think some of you took that, right? The Flatiron, that was fun, right?
It was very fun.
You learned stuff?
I did.
There you go.
I learned a lot.
I did, I learned a lot.
All right. And with that, we are adjourned. I will see you same time, same place in 2 weeks on the 15th. Everyone, please get your resolutions to me as soon as humanly possible. They have to be sent to exact basically the weekend. So, passed, and then John Harris, we will also figure out a way to,
You don't have everything in Rockaway?
Yeah. I mean, the first.
no, sent to, all of our resolutions have to go to the committee. It has to go to Maritza before Monday, so I need them before the weekend so that I can edit them, look at them. Ask me if you have any questions.
You can go in there.
Thank you so much. Points for
Is
sending
there like
it
a
to
surfing area or mostly surfing?
Yes, so there's a few beaches that are legally allowed to surf at. One is the 92nd, Rick, and the other one is, I think, 66.
Okay, you won't be putting your wetsuit on today though.
No, but I did last weekend.